Welcome back. Come settle in close. The rain is steady, and I'm very glad to have you beside me again. Let your jaw loosen and your shoulders sink. Feel your arms resting beside you, your hands calm and quiet. Take one slow, easy breath with me. Let it leave softly. We return to Rome, where Franz has found the same man beneath 3 appearances, the hidden host who called himself Sinbad the Sailor, the shadow in the Colosseum, and now the Count of Monte Cristo. The Count has stepped into the light, but Franz remembers that Luigi Vampa once spoke his name with obedience. Albert is delighted by their mysterious new neighbor. Franz is not yet sure what he has recognized. Stay close. Tonight Rome puts on its carnival masks, and the Count begins to show us what his name can do.
Chapter 35. La Mazzolata. "Gentlemen," said the Count of Monte Cristo as he entered, "I pray you excuse me for suffering my visit to be anticipated, but I feared to disturb you by presenting myself earlier at your apartments. Besides, you sent me word that you would come to me, and I have held myself at your disposal." "Franz and I have to thank you 1,000 times, Count," returned Albert. "You extricated us from a great dilemma, and we were on the point of inventing a very fantastic vehicle when your friendly invitation reached us." "Indeed," returned the Count, motioning the 2 young men to sit down. "It was the fault of that blockhead Pastrini that I did not sooner assist you in your distress. He did not mention a syllable of your embarrassment to me, when he knows that, alone and isolated as I am, I seek every opportunity of making the acquaintance of my neighbors. As soon as I learned I could in any way assist you, I most eagerly seized the opportunity of offering my services." The 2 young men bowed. Franz had as yet found nothing to say. He had come to no determination, and as nothing in the Count's manner manifested the wish that he should recognize him, he did not know whether to make any allusion to the past, or wait until he had more proof. Besides, although sure it was he who had been in the box the previous evening, he could not be equally positive that this was the man he had seen at the Colosseum. He resolved, therefore, to let things take their course without making any direct overture to the Count. Moreover, he had this advantage: he was master of the Count's secret, while the Count had no hold on Franz, who had nothing to conceal. However, he resolved to lead the conversation to a subject which might possibly clear up his doubts. "Count," said he, "you have offered us places in your carriage and at your windows in the Rospoli Palace. Can you tell us where we can obtain a sight of the Piazza del Popolo?" "Ah," said the Count negligently, looking attentively at Morcerf, "is there not something like an execution upon the Piazza del Popolo?" "Yes," returned Franz, finding that the Count was coming to the point he wished. "Stay. I think I told my steward yesterday to attend to this. Perhaps I can render you this slight service also." He extended his hand and rang the bell thrice. "Did you ever occupy yourself," said he to Franz, "with the employment of time and the means of simplifying the summoning your servants?" "I have. When I ring once, it is for my valet, twice for my major domo, thrice for my steward. Thus I do not waste a minute or a word. Here he is." A man of about 45 or 50 entered, exactly resembling the smuggler who had introduced Franz into the cavern, but he did not appear to recognize him. It was evident he had his orders. Monsieur Bertuccio, said the Count, you have procured me windows looking on the Piazza del Popolo as I ordered you yesterday. Yes, Excellency, returned the steward, but it was very late. Did I not tell you I wished for one? Replied the Count, frowning. And your Excellency has one which was let to Prince Lobaniev, but I was obliged to pay 100. That will do, Monsieur Bertuccio. Spare these gentlemen all such domestic arrangements. You have the window, that is sufficient. Give orders to the coachman, and be in readiness on the stairs to conduct us to it. The steward bowed and was about to quit the room. Ah, continued the Count, be good enough to ask Pastrini if he has received the tavoletta and if he can send us an account of the execution. There is no need to do that, said Franz, taking out his tablets, for I saw the account and copied it down. Very well, you can retire, M. Bertuccio. I need you no longer. Let us know when breakfast is ready. These gentlemen, added he, turning to the two friends, will, I trust, do me the honor to breakfast with me. But, my dear Count, said Albert, we shall abuse your kindness. Not at all. On the contrary, you will give me great pleasure. You will, one or other of you, perhaps both, return it to me at Paris. Monsieur Bertuccio lay covers for 3. He then took Franz's tablets out of his hand. We announce, he read, in the same tone with which he would have read a newspaper, that today, the 23rd of February, will be executed Andrea Rondelot, guilty of murder on the person of the respected and venerated Don Cesare Torlini, canon of the Church of St. John Lateran, and Peppino, called Rocca Priori, convicted of complicity with the detestable bandit Luigi Vampa and the men of his band. The first will be mazzolato, the second decapitado. Yes, continued the Count, it was at first arranged in this way, but I think since yesterday some change has taken place in the order of the ceremony. Really? Said Franz. Yes, I passed the evening at the Cardinal Rospigliosi's, and their mention was made of something like a pardon for one of the 2 men. For Andrea Rondolo? Asked Franz. No, replied the Count carelessly. For the other, he glanced at the tablets as if to recall the name. For Peppino, called Rocca Priori, you are thus deprived of seeing a man guillotined, but the mazzolata still remains, which is a very curious punishment when seen for the first time, and even the second, while the other, as you must know, is very simple. The mandaia never fails, never trembles, never strikes 30 times ineffectually like the soldier who beheaded the Count of Chalais, and to whose tender mercy Richelieu had doubtless recommended the sufferer. Ah, added the Count in a contemptuous tone, do not tell me of European punishments. They are in the infancy, or rather the old age, of cruelty. Really, Count, replied Franz, one would think that you had studied the different tortures of all the nations of the world. There are at least few that I have not seen, said the Count coldly. And you took pleasure in beholding these dreadful spectacles? My first sentiment was horror, the second indifference, the third curiosity. Curiosity, that is a terrible word. Why so? In life, our greatest preoccupation is death. Is it not, then, curious to study the different ways by which the soul and body can part, and how, according to their different characters, temperaments, and even the different customs of their countries, different persons bear the transition from life to death, from existence to annihilation? As for myself, I can assure you of one thing: the more men you see die, the easier it becomes to die yourself, and in my opinion, death may be a torture, but it is not an expiation. I do not quite understand you, replied Franz. Pray explain your meaning, for you excite my curiosity to the highest pitch. Listen, said the Count, and deep hatred mounted to his face, as the blood would to the face of any other. If a man had by unheard of and excruciating tortures destroyed your father, your mother, your betrothed, a being who, when torn from you, left a desolation, a wound that never closes, in your breast, do you think the reparation that society gives you is sufficient when it interposes the knife of the guillotine between the base of the occiput and the trapezial muscles of the murderer, and allows him who has caused us years of moral sufferings to escape with a few moments of physical pain? Yes, I know, said Franz, that human justice is insufficient to console us. She can give blood in return for blood, that is all. But you must demand from her only what it is in her power to grant. I will put another case to you, continued the Count, that where society, attacked by the death of a person, avenges death by death. But are there not 1,000 tortures by which a man may be made to suffer without society taking the least cognizance of them, or offering him even the insufficient means of vengeance of which we have just spoken? Are there not crimes for which the impalement of the Turks, the augurs of the Persians, the stake and the brand of the Iroquois Indians are inadequate tortures, and which are unpunished by society? Answer me, do not these crimes exist? Yes, answered Franz, and it is to punish them that dueling is tolerated. Ah, dueling, cried the Count, a pleasant manner upon my soul of arriving at your end when that end is vengeance. A man has carried off your mistress. A man has seduced your wife. A man has dishonored your daughter. He has rendered the whole life of one who had the right to expect from heaven that portion of happiness God has promised to every one of his creatures, an existence of misery and infamy. And you think you are avenged because you send a ball through the head or pass a sword through the breast of that man who has planted madness in your brain and despair in your heart. And remember, moreover, that it is often he who comes off victorious from the strife, absolved of all crime in the eyes of the world. No, no, continued the Count. Had I to avenge myself, it is not thus I would take revenge. Then you disapprove of dueling? You would not fight a duel? Asked Albert, in his turn astonished at this strange theory. Oh, yes, replied the Count. Understand me, I would fight a duel for a trifle, for an insult, for a blow, and the more so that, thanks to my skill in all bodily exercises and the indifference to danger I have gradually acquired, I should be almost certain to kill my man. Oh, I would fight for such a cause, but in return for a slow, profound, eternal torture, I would give back the same, were it possible, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, as the Orientalists say, our masters in everything, those favored creatures who have formed for themselves a life of dreams and a paradise of realities. But, said Franz to the Count, with this theory, which renders you at once judge and executioner of your own cause, it would be difficult to adopt a course that would forever prevent your falling under the power of the law. Hatred is blind, rage carries you away, and he who pours out vengeance runs the risk of tasting a bitter draught. Yes, if he be poor and inexperienced, not if he be rich and skillful. Besides, the worst that could happen to him would be the punishment of which we have already spoken, and which the philanthropic French Revolution has substituted for being torn to pieces by horses or broken on the wheel. What matters this punishment, as long as he is avenged? On my word, I almost regret that in all probability this miserable Peppino will not be beheaded, as you might have had an opportunity then of seeing how short a time the punishment lasts, and whether it is worth even mentioning. But really this is a most singular conversation for the carnival, gentlemen. How did it arise? Ah, I recollect. You asked for a place at my window. You shall have it. But let us first sit down to table, for here comes the servant to inform us that breakfast is ready. As he spoke, a servant opened one of the 4 doors of the apartment, saying, "Al suo combo." The 2 young men arose and entered the breakfast room. During the meal, which was excellent and admirably served, Franz looked repeatedly at Albert, in order to observe the impressions which he doubted not had been made on him by the words of their entertainer. But whether with his usual carelessness he had paid but little attention to him, whether the explanation of the Count of Monte Cristo with regard to dueling had satisfied him, or whether the events which Franz knew of had had their effect on him alone, he remarked that his companion did not pay the least regard to them, but on the contrary ate like a man who for the last 4 or 5 months had been condemned to partake of Italian cookery, that is, the worst in the world. As for the Count, he just touched the dishes. He seemed to fulfill the duties of a host by sitting down with his guests, and awaited their departure to be served with some strange or more delicate food. This brought back to Franz, in spite of himself, the recollection of the terror with which the Count had inspired the Countess G, and her firm conviction that the man in the opposite box was a vampire. At the end of the breakfast, Franz took out his watch. "Well," said the Count, "what are you doing?" "You must excuse us, Count," returned Franz, "but we have still much to do." "What may that be?" "We have no masks, and it is absolutely necessary to procure them." "Do not concern yourself about that. We have, I think, a private room in the Piazza del Popolo. I will have whatever costumes you choose brought to us, and you can dress there." "After the execution?" cried Franz. "Before or after, whichever you please." "Opposite the scaffold?" "The scaffold forms part of the fate." "Count, I have reflected on the matter," said Franz. "I thank you for your courtesy, but I shall content myself with accepting a place in your carriage and at your window at the Rospoli Palace, and I leave you at liberty to dispose of my place at the Piazza del Popolo." "But I warn you, you will lose a very curious sight," returned the Count. "You will describe it to me," replied Franz, "and the recital from your lips will make as great an impression on me as if I had witnessed it. I have more than once intended witnessing an execution, but I have never been able to make up my mind. And you, Albert?" "Aye," replied the Viscount, "I saw Castaing executed, but I think I was rather intoxicated that day, for I had quitted college the same morning, and we had passed the previous night at a tavern. Besides, it is no reason because you have not seen an execution at Paris. that you should not see one anywhere else. When you travel, it is to see everything. Think what a figure you will make when you are asked, "How do they execute at Rome?" And you reply, "I do not know." And besides, they say that the culprit is an infamous scoundrel who killed with a log of wood a worthy canon who had brought him up like his own son. Diable. When a churchman is killed, it should be with a different weapon than a log, especially when he has behaved like a father. If you went to Spain, would you not see the bullfights? Well, suppose it is a bullfight you are going to see. Recollect the ancient Romans of the circus and the sports where they killed 300 lions and 100 men. Think of the 80,000 applauding spectators, the sage matrons who took their daughters, and the charming vestals who made with the thumb of their white hands the fatal sign that said, "Come, dispatch the dying." "Shall you go then?" Albert asked Franz. "Ma foi, yes. Like you, I hesitated, but the Count's eloquence decides me." "Let us go then," said Franz, "since you wish it. But on our way to the Piazza del Popolo, I wish to pass through the Corso." "Is this possible, Count?" "On foot, yes. In a carriage, no." "I will go on foot, then." "Is it important that you should go that way?" "Yes. There is something I wish to see." "Well, we will go by the Corso. We will send the carriage to wait for us on the Piazza del Popolo by the Via del Babuino, for I shall be glad to pass myself through the Corso to see if some orders I have given have been executed." "Excellency," said a servant, opening the door, "a man in the dress of a penitent wishes to speak to you." "Ah, yes," returned the Count. "I know who he is, gentlemen. Will you return to the salon? You will find good cigars on the center table. I will be with you directly." The young men rose and returned into the salon, while the Count, again apologizing, left by another door. Albert, who was a great smoker, and who had considered it no small sacrifice to be deprived of the cigars of the Café de Paris, approached the table and uttered a cry of joy at perceiving some veritable puros. "Well," asked Franz, "what think you of the Count of Monte Cristo?" "What do I think?" said Albert, evidently surprised at such a question from his companion. "I think he is a delightful fellow who does the honors of his table admirably, who has traveled much, read much, is like Brutus of the Stoic school, and moreover," added he, sending a volume of smoke up towards the ceiling, "that he has excellent cigars." Such was Albert's opinion of the Count, and as Franz well knew that Albert professed never to form an opinion except upon long reflection, he made no attempt to change it. "But," said he, "did you observe one very singular thing?" "What?" "How attentively he looked at you." "At me?" "Yes." Albert reflected. "Ah," replied he, sighing, "that is not very surprising. I have been more than a year absent from Paris, and my clothes are of a most antiquated cut. The Count takes me for a provincial. The first opportunity you have, undeceive him, I beg, and tell him I am nothing of the kind." Franz smiled an instant after the Count entered. "I am now quite at your service, gentlemen," said he. The carriage is going one way to the Piazza del Popolo, and we will go another, and if you please, by the Corso. Take some more of these cigars, M. de Morcerf. With all my heart, returned Albert. Italian cigars are horrible. When you come to Paris, I will return all this. I will not refuse. I intend going there soon, and since you allow me, I will pay you a visit. Come, we have not any time to lose. It is 12:30. Let us set off. All three descended. The coachman received his master's orders and drove down the Via del Babuino, while the three gentlemen walked along the Piazza di Spagna and the Via Fratina, which led directly between the Fiano and Rospoli palaces. Franz's attention was directed towards the windows of that last palace, for he had not forgotten the signal agreed upon between the man in the mantle and the Trastevere peasant. "Which are your windows?" asked he of the Count, with as much indifference as he could assume. "The three last," returned he, with a negligence evidently unaffected, for he could not imagine with what intention the question was put. Franz glanced rapidly towards the three windows. The side windows were hung with yellow damask, and the center one with white damask and a red cross. The man in the mantle had kept his promise to the Transteverin, and there could now be no doubt that he was the Count. The three windows were still untenanted. Preparations were making on every side. Chairs were placed, scaffolds were raised, and windows were hung with flags. The masks could not appear. The carriages could not move about, but the masks were visible behind the windows, the carriages, and the doors. Franz, Albert, and the Count continued to descend the Corso. As they approached the Piazza del Popolo, the crowd became more dense, and above the heads of the multitude two objects were visible: the obelisk, surmounted by a cross which marks the center of the square, and in front of the obelisk, at the point where the three streets, del Babuino, del Corso, and di Ripetta, meet, the two uprights of the scaffold, between which glittered the curved knife of the mandaia. At the corner of the street they met the Count's steward, who was awaiting his master. The window let at an exorbitant price, which the Count had doubtless wished to conceal from his guests, was on the second floor of the great palace, situated between the Via del Babuino and the Monte Pincio. It consisted, as we have said, of a small dressing room, opening into a bedroom, and when the door of communication was shut, the inmates were quite alone. On chairs were laid elegant masquerade costumes of blue and white satin. "As you left the choice of your costumes to me," said the Count to the two friends, "I have had these brought, as they will be the most worn this year, and they are most suitable on account of the confetti, sweetmeats, as they do not show the flour." Franz heard the words of the Count but imperfectly, and he perhaps did not fully appreciate this new attention to their wishes, for he was wholly absorbed by the spectacle that the Piazza del Popolo presented, and by the terrible instrument that was in the center. It was the first time Franz had ever seen a guillotine. We say guillotine because the Roman mandaia is formed on almost the same model as the French instrument. The knife, which is shaped like a crescent that cuts with the convex side, falls from a less height, and that is all the difference. Two men, seated on the movable plank on which the victim is laid, were eating their breakfasts while waiting for the criminal. Their repast consisted apparently of bread and sausages. One of them lifted the plank, took out a flask of wine, drank some, and then passed it to his companion. These two men were the executioner's assistants. At this sight, Franz felt the perspiration start forth upon his brow. The prisoners, transported the previous evening from the Carceri Nuove to the little church of Santa Maria del Popolo, had passed the night, each accompanied by two priests, in a chapel closed by a grating, before which were two sentinels who were relieved at intervals. A double line of carbineers placed on each side of the door of the church reached to the scaffold and formed a circle around it, leaving a path about 10 feet wide and around the guillotine a space of nearly 100 feet. All the rest of the square was paved with heads. Many women held their infants on their shoulders, and thus the children had the best view. The Monte Pincio seemed a vast amphitheater filled with spectators. The balconies of the two churches at the corner of the Via del Babuino and the Via di Ripetta were crammed. The steps even seemed a party-colored sea that was impelled towards the portico. Every niche in the wall held its living statue. What the Count said was true. The most curious spectacle in life is that of death. And yet, instead of the silence and the solemnity demanded by the occasion, laughter and jests arose from the crowd. It was evident that the execution was, in the eyes of the people, only the commencement of the carnival. Suddenly the tumult ceased, as if by magic, and the doors of the church opened. A brotherhood of penitents, clothed from head to foot in robes of gray sackcloth, with holes for the eyes, and holding in their hands lighted tapers, appeared first. The chief marched at the head. Behind the penitents came a man of vast stature and proportions. He was naked, with the exception of cloth drawers at the left side of which hung a large knife in a sheath, and he bore on his right shoulder a heavy iron sledgehammer. This man was the executioner. He had, moreover, sandals bound on his feet by cords. Behind the executioner came, in the order in which they were to die, first Peppino and then Andrea. Each was accompanied by two priests. Neither had his eyes bandaged. Peppino walked with a firm step, doubtless aware of what awaited him. Andrea was supported by two priests. Each of them, from time to time, kissed the crucifix a confessor held out to them. At this sight alone, Franz felt his legs tremble under him. He looked at Albert. He was as white as his shirt, and mechanically cast away his cigar, although he had not half smoked it. The Count alone seemed unmoved, nay more, a slight color seemed striving to rise in his pale cheeks. His nostrils dilated like those of a wild beast that scents its prey, and his lips, half opened, disclosed his white teeth, small and sharp like those of a jackal. And yet his features wore an expression of smiling tenderness, such as Franz had never before witnessed in them. His black eyes especially were full of kindness and pity. However, the two culprits advanced, and as they approached their faces became visible. Peppino was a handsome young man of 4 or 25, bronzed by the sun. He carried his head erect and seemed on the watch to see on which side his liberator would appear. Andrea was short and fat. His visage, marked with brutal cruelty, did not indicate age. He might be 30. In prison, he had suffered his beard to grow. His head fell on his shoulder, his legs bent beneath him, and his movements were apparently automatic and unconscious. "I thought," said Franz to the Count, "that you told me there would be but one execution." "I told you true," replied he coldly. "And yet here are two culprits." "Yes, but only one of these two is about to die. The other has many years to live. If the pardon is to come, there is no time to lose. And see, here it is," said the Count. At the moment when Peppino reached the foot of the mandaya, a priest arrived in some haste, forced his way through the soldiers, and, advancing to the chief of the brotherhood, gave him a folded paper. The piercing eye of Peppino had noticed all. The chief took the paper, unfolded it, and raising his hand, "Heaven be praised, and his holiness also," said he in a loud voice, "here is a pardon for one of the prisoners." "A pardon," cried the people with one voice. "A pardon." At this cry, Andrea raised his head. "Pardon for whom?" cried he. Peppino remained breathless. "A pardon for Peppino, called Rocca Priori," said the principal friar, and he passed the paper to the officer commanding the carbineers, who read and returned it to him. "For Peppino?" cried Andrea, who seemed roused from the torpor in which he had been plunged. "Why for him and not for me? We ought to die together. I was promised he should die with me. You have no right to put me to death alone. I will not die alone. I will not." And he broke from the priests, struggling and raving like a wild beast, and striving desperately to break the cords that bound his hands. The executioner made a sign, and his two assistants leaped from the scaffold and seized him. "What is going on?" asked Franz of the Count, for, as all the talk was in the Roman dialect, he had not perfectly understood it. "Do you not see," returned the Count, "that this human creature who is about to die is furious that his fellow sufferer does not perish with him, and were he able, he would rather tear him to pieces with his teeth and nails than let him enjoy the life he himself is about to be deprived of? Oh, man, race of crocodiles," cried the Count, extending his clenched hands towards the crowd, "how well do I recognize you there, and that at all times you are worthy of yourselves." Meanwhile, Andrea and the two executioners were struggling on the ground, and he kept exclaiming, "He ought to die. He shall die. I will not die alone." "Look, look," cried the Count, seizing the young men's hands. "Look, for on my soul it is curious. Here is a man who had resigned himself to his fate, who was going to the scaffold to die like a coward, it is true, but he was about to die without resistance. Do you know what gave him strength? Do you know what consoled him? It was that another partook of his punishment, that another partook of his anguish, that another was to die before him. Lead 2 sheep to the butcher's, 2 oxen to the slaughterhouse, and make one of them understand that his companion will not die. The sheep will bleat for pleasure, the ox will bellow with joy. But man, whom God created in his own image, man upon whom God has laid his sole commandment to love his neighbor, man to whom God has given a voice to express his thoughts, what is his first cry when he hears his fellow man is saved? A blasphemy. Honor to man this masterpiece of nature, this king of the creation. And the Count burst into a laugh, a terrible laugh that showed he must have suffered horribly to be able thus to laugh. However, the struggle still continued, and it was dreadful to witness. The two assistants carried Andrea up to the scaffold. The people all took part against Andrea, and 20,000 voices cried, "Put him to death! Put him to death!" Franz sprang back, but the Count seized his arm and held him before the window. "What are you doing?" said he. "Do you pity him? If you heard the cry of 'mad dog,' you would take your gun, you would unhesitatingly shoot the poor beast, who, after all, was only guilty of having been bitten by another dog, and yet you pity a man who, without being bitten by one of his race, has yet murdered his benefactor, and who, now unable to kill anyone because his hands are bound, wishes to see his companion in captivity perish. No, no, look, look." The recommendation was needless. Franz was fascinated by the horrible spectacle. The two assistants had borne Andrea to the scaffold, and there, in spite of his struggles, his bites, and his cries, had forced him to his knees. During this time, the executioner had raised his mace and signed to them to get out of the way. The criminal strove to rise, but ere he had time, the mace fell on his left temple. A dull and heavy sound was heard, and the man dropped like an ox on his face, and then turned over on his back. The executioner let fall his mace, drew his knife, and with one stroke opened his throat, and mounting on his stomach, stamped violently on it with his feet. At every stroke a jet of blood sprang from the wound. This time Franz could contain himself no longer, but sank, half fainting, into a seat. Albert, with his eyes closed, was standing grasping the window curtains. The Count was erect and triumphant, like the avenging angel.
The execution is over, but Dumas leaves us with two faces in the square. Franz recoils from what he has witnessed. The Count stands triumphant, like an avenging angel. That difference matters. Franz has seen something in the Count that the carnival masks will not quite conceal.
Chapter 36. The Carnival at Rome. When Franz recovered his senses, he saw Albert drinking a glass of water, of which, to judge from his pallor, he stood in great need, and the Count, who was assuming his masquerade costume. He glanced mechanically towards the piazza. The scene was wholly changed. Scaffold, executioners, victims, all had disappeared. Only the people remained, full of noise and excitement. The bell of Monte Cristo, which only sounds on the Pope's decease and the opening of the carnival, was ringing a joyous peal. "Well," asked he of the Count, "what has then happened?" "Nothing," replied the Count. "Only, as you see, the carnival has commenced. Make haste and dress yourself." "In fact," said Franz, "this horrible scene has passed away like a dream." "It is but a dream, a nightmare that has disturbed you." "Yes, that I have suffered, but the culprit?" "That is a dream also, only he has remained asleep while you have awakened, and who knows which of you is the most fortunate. But Peppino, what has become of him?" "Peppino is a lad of sense, who, unlike most men, who are happy in proportion as they are noticed, was delighted to see that the general attention was directed towards his companion. He profited by this distraction to slip away among the crowd, without even thanking the worthy priests who accompanied him. Decidedly, man is an ungrateful and egotistical animal. But dress yourself. See, M. de Morcerf sets you the example. Albert was drawing on the satin pantaloon over his black trousers and varnished boots. "Well, Albert," said Franz, "do you feel much inclined to join the revels? Come, answer frankly." "Ma foi, no," returned Albert, "but I am really glad to have seen such a sight, and I understand what the Count said, that when you have once habituated yourself to a similar spectacle, it is the only one that causes you any emotion. Without reflecting that this is the only moment in which you can study character," said the Count, "on the steps of the scaffold death tears off the mask that has been worn through life, and the real visage is disclosed. It must be allowed that Andrea was not very handsome, the hideous scoundrel. Come, dress yourselves, gentlemen, dress yourselves." Franz felt it would be ridiculous not to follow his two companions' example. He assumed his costume and fastened on the mask that scarcely equaled the pallor of his own face. Their toilet finished, they descended. The carriage awaited them at the door, filled with sweetmeats and bouquets. They fell into the line of carriages. It is difficult to form an idea of the perfect change that had taken place. Instead of the spectacle of gloomy and silent death, the Piazza del Popolo presented a spectacle of gay and noisy mirth and revelry. A crowd of masks flowed in from all sides, emerging from the doors, descending from the windows. From every street and every corner drove carriages filled with clowns, harlequins, dominoes, mummers, pantomimists, transteverins, knights and peasants, screaming, fighting, gesticulating, throwing eggs filled with flour, confetti, nosegays, attacking, with their sarcasms and their missiles, friends and foes, companions and strangers indiscriminately, and no one took offense or did anything but laugh. Franz and Albert were like men who, to drive away a violent sorrow, have recourse to wine, and who, as they drink and become intoxicated, feel a thick veil drawn between the past and the present. They saw, or rather continued to see, the image of what they had witnessed, but little by little the general vertigo seized them, and they felt themselves obliged to take part in the noise and confusion. A handful of confetti that came from a neighboring carriage, and which, while it covered Morcerf and his two companions with dust, pricked his neck and that portion of his face uncovered by his mask like 100 pins, incited him to join in the general combat in which all the masks around him were engaged. He rose in his turn, and seizing handfuls of confetti and sweetmeats, with which the carriage was filled, cast them with all the force and skill he was master of. The strife had fairly begun, and the recollection of what they had seen half an hour before was gradually effaced from the young men's minds, so much were they occupied by the gay and glittering procession they now beheld. As for the Count of Monte Cristo, he had never for an instant shown any appearance of having been moved. Imagine the large and splendid Corso, bordered from one end to the other with lofty palaces, with their balconies hung with carpets and their windows with flags. At these balconies are 300,000 spectators, Romans, Italians, strangers from all parts of the world, the united aristocracy of birth, wealth, and genius. Lovely women, yielding to the influence of the scene, bend over their balconies or lean from their windows and shower down confetti which are returned by bouquets. The air seems darkened with the falling confetti and flying flowers. In the streets, the lively crowd is dressed in the most fantastic costumes. Gigantic cabbages walk gravely about, buffaloes' heads bellow from men's shoulders, dogs walk on their hind legs. In the midst of all this, a mask is lifted, and, as in Cowlit's Temptation of St. Anthony, a lovely face is exhibited which we would fain follow, but from which we are separated by troops of fiends. This will give a faint idea of the carnival at Rome. At the second turn, the Count stopped the carriage and requested permission to withdraw, leaving the vehicle at their disposal. Franz looked up. They were opposite the Rospoli Palace. At the center window, the one hung with white damask with a red cross, was a blue domino beneath which Franz's imagination easily pictured the beautiful Greek of the Argentina. "Gentlemen," said the Count, springing out, "when you are tired of being actors and wish to become spectators of this scene, you know you have places at my windows. In the meantime, dispose of my coachman, my carriage, and my servants." We have forgotten to mention that the Count's coachman was attired in a bearskin, exactly resembling Odry's in The Bear and the Pasha, and the 2 footmen behind were dressed up as green monkeys, with spring masks with which they made grimaces at everyone who passed. Franz thanked the Count for his attention. As for Albert, he was busily occupied throwing bouquets at a carriage full of Roman peasants that was passing near him. Unfortunately for him, the line of carriages moved on again, and while he descended the Piazza del Popolo, the other ascended towards the Palazzo di Venezia. "Ah, my dear fellow," said he to Franz, "you did not see?" "What?" "There, that calash filled with Roman peasants?" "No." "Well, I am convinced they are all charming women." "How unfortunate that you were masked, Albert," said Franz. Here was an opportunity of making up for past disappointments. "Oh," replied he, half laughing, half serious, "I hope the carnival will not pass without some amends in one shape or the other." But, in spite of Albert's hope, the day passed unmarked by any incident, excepting 2 or 3 encounters with the carriage full of Roman peasants. At one of these encounters, accidentally or purposely, Albert's mask fell off. He instantly rose and cast the remainder of the bouquets into the carriage. Doubtless one of the charming females Albert had detected beneath their coquettish disguise was touched by his gallantry, for as the carriage of the 2 friends passed her, she threw a bunch of violets. Albert seized it, and as Franz had no reason to suppose it was meant for him, he suffered Albert to retain it. Albert placed it in his buttonhole, and the carriage went triumphantly on. "Well," said Franz to him, "there is the beginning of an adventure. Laugh if you please. I really think so. So I will not abandon this bouquet." "Pardieu," returned Franz, laughing, "in token of your ingratitude." The jest, however, soon appeared to become earnest, for when Albert and Franz again encountered the carriage with the contadini, the one who had thrown the violets to Albert clapped her hands when she beheld them in his buttonhole. "Bravo, bravo," said Franz. "Things go wonderfully. Shall I leave you? Perhaps you would prefer being alone." "No," replied he, "I will not be caught like a fool at a first disclosure by a rendezvous under the clock, as they say at the opera balls. If the fair peasant wishes to carry matters any further, we shall find her, or rather she will find us tomorrow. Then she will give me some sign or other, and I shall know what I have to do." "On my word," said Franz, "you are as wise as Nestor and prudent as Ulysses, and your fair Circe must be very skillful or very powerful if she succeed in changing you into a beast of any kind." Albert was right. The fair unknown had resolved, doubtless, to carry the intrigue no farther, for although the young men made several more turns, they did not again see the calash which had turned up one of the neighboring streets. Then they returned to the Rospoli Palace, but the Count and the blue domino had also disappeared. The two windows hung with yellow damask were still occupied by the persons whom the Count had invited. At this moment, the same bell that had proclaimed the beginning of the mascherata sounded the retreat. The file on the Corso broke the line, and in a second all the carriages had disappeared. Franz and Albert were opposite the Via delle Murat. The coachman, without saying a word, drove up it, passed along the Piazza di Spagna and the Rospoli Palace, and stopped at the door of the hotel. Signor Pastrini came to the door to receive his guests. Franz hastened to inquire after the Count and to express regret that he had not returned in sufficient time, but Pastrini reassured him by saying that the Count of Monte Cristo had ordered a second carriage for himself and that it had gone at 4 o'clock to fetch him from the Rospoli Palace. The Count had, moreover, charged him to offer the two friends the key of his box at the Argentina. Franz questioned Albert as to his intentions, but Albert had great projects to put into execution before going to the theater, and instead of making any answer, he inquired if Signor Pastrini could procure him a tailor. "A tailor," said the host. "And for what?" "To make us between now and tomorrow 2 Roman peasant costumes," returned Albert. The host shook his head. "To make you 2 costumes between now and tomorrow? I ask your excellency's pardon, but this is quite a French demand. For the next week you will not find a single tailor who would consent to sew 6 buttons on a waistcoat if you paid him a crown apiece for each button." "Then I must give up the idea." "No, we have them ready-made. Leave all to me, and tomorrow when you awake, you shall find a collection of costumes with which you will be satisfied." "My dear Albert," said Franz, "leave all to our host. He has already proved himself full of resources. Let us dine quietly, and afterwards go and see l'Italienne à Alger." "Agreed," returned Albert, "but remember, Signor Pastrini, that both my friend and myself attach the greatest importance to having tomorrow the costumes we have asked for." The host again assured them they might rely on him, and that their wishes should be attended to, upon which Franz and Albert mounted to their apartments and proceeded to disencumber themselves of their costumes. Albert, as he took off his dress, carefully preserved the bunch of violets. It was his token reserved for the morrow. The two friends sat down to table, but they could not refrain from remarking the difference between the Count of Monte Cristo's table and that of Signor Pastrini. Truth compelled Franz, in spite of the dislike he seemed to have taken to the Count, to confess that the advantage was not on Pastrini's side. During dessert, the servant inquired at what time they wished for the carriage. Albert and Franz looked at each other, fearing really to abuse the Count's kindness. The servant understood them. His Excellency the Count of Monte Cristo had, he said, given positive orders that the carriage was to remain at their lordships' orders all day, and they could therefore dispose of it without fear of indiscretion. They resolved to profit by the Count's courtesy, and ordered the horses to be harnessed, while they substituted evening dress for that which they had on, and which was somewhat the worse for the numerous combats they had sustained. This precaution taken, they went to the theater and installed themselves in the Count's box. During the first act, the Countess G. entered. Her first look was at the box where she had seen the Count the previous evening, so that she perceived Franz and Albert in the place of the very person concerning whom she had expressed so strange an opinion to Franz. Her opera glass was so fixedly directed towards them that Franz saw it would be cruel not to satisfy her curiosity, and availing himself of one of the privileges of the spectators of the Italian theaters, who use their boxes to hold receptions, the two friends went to pay their respects to the Countess. Scarcely had they entered when she motioned to Franz to assume the seat of honor. Albert, in his turn, sat behind. "Well," said she, hardly giving Franz time to sit down, "it seems you have nothing better to do than to make the acquaintance of this new Lord Ruthven, and you are already the best friends in the world." "Without being so far advanced as that, my dear Countess," returned Franz, "I cannot deny that we have abused his good nature all day." "All day?" "Yes, this morning we breakfasted with him. We rode in his carriage all day, and now we have taken possession of his box." "You know him, then?" "Yes and no." "How so?" "It is a long story." "Tell it to me." "It would frighten you too much." "So much the more reason. At least wait until the story has a conclusion." "Very well. I prefer complete histories. But tell me how you made his acquaintance. Did anyone introduce you to him?" "No, it was he who introduced himself to us." "When?" "Last night, after we left you." "Through what medium?" "The very prosaic one of our landlord." "He is staying, then, at the Hotel de Londres with you?" "Not only in the same hotel, but on the same floor." "What is his name? For of course you know." "The Count of Monte Cristo." "That is not a family name." "No, it is the name of the island he has purchased." "And he is a count?" "A Tuscan count." "Well, we must put up with that," said the Countess, who was herself from one of the oldest Venetian families. "What sort of a man is he?" "Ask the Vicomte de Morcerf." "You hear, M. de Morcerf, I am referred to you," said the Countess. "We should be very hard to please, madam," returned Albert. "Did we not think him delightful? A friend of 10 years' standing could not have done more for us, or with a more perfect courtesy." "Come," observed the Countess, smiling, "I see my vampire is only some millionaire who has taken the appearance of Lara in order to avoid being confounded with M. de Rothschild, and you have seen her? Her, the beautiful Greek of yesterday. No, we heard, I think, the sound of her guzla, but she remained perfectly invisible. When you say invisible, interrupted Albert, it is only to keep up the mystery. For whom do you take the blue domino at the window with the white curtains? Where was this window with white hangings? Asked the Countess. At the Rospoli Palace. The Count had 3 windows at the Rospoli Palace? Yes. Did you pass through the Corso? Yes. Well, did you notice 2 windows hung with yellow damask and one with white damask with a red cross? Those were the Count's windows. Why, he must be a nabob. Do you know what those 3 windows were worth? 200 or 300 Roman crowns. 2,000 or 3,000. The deuce. Does his island produce him such a revenue? It does not bring him a bajocco. Then why did he purchase it? For a whim. He is an original, then. In reality, observed Albert, he seemed to me somewhat eccentric. Were he at Paris, and a frequenter of the theaters, I should say he was a poor devil, literally mad. This morning he made 2 or 3 exits worthy of Didier or Anthony. At this moment a fresh visitor entered, and, according to custom, Franz gave up his seat to him. This circumstance had, moreover, the effect of changing the conversation. An hour afterwards the 2 friends returned to their hotel. Signor Pastrini had already set about procuring their disguises for the morrow, and he assured them that they would be perfectly satisfied. The next morning at 9 o'clock, he entered Franz's room, followed by a tailor, who had 8 or 10 Roman peasant costumes on his arm. They selected 2 exactly alike, and charged the tailor to sew on each of their hats about 20 yards of ribbon, and to procure them 2 of the long silk sashes of different colors with which the lower orders decorate themselves on fete days. Albert was impatient to see how he looked in his new dress, a jacket and breeches of blue velvet, silk stockings with clocks, shoes with buckles, and a silk waistcoat. This picturesque attire set him off to great advantage, and when he had bound the scarf around his waist, and when his hat, placed coquettishly on one side, let fall on his shoulder a stream of ribbons, Franz was forced to confess that costume has much to do with the physical superiority we accord to certain nations. The Turks used to be so picturesque with their long and flowing robes, but are they not now hideous with their blue frocks buttoned up to the chin, and their red caps which make them look like a bottle of wine with a red seal? Franz complimented Albert, who looked at himself in the glass with an unequivocal smile of satisfaction. They were thus engaged when the Count of Monte Cristo entered. "Gentlemen," said he, "although a companion is agreeable, perfect freedom is sometimes still more agreeable. I come to say that today, and for the remainder of the carnival, I leave the carriage entirely at your disposal. The host will tell you I have 3 or 4 more, so that you will not inconvenience me in any way. Make use of it, I pray you, for your pleasure or your business." The young men wished to decline, but they could find no good reason for refusing an offer which was so agreeable to them. The Count of Monte Cristo remained a quarter of an hour with them, conversing on all subjects with the greatest ease. He was, as we have already said, perfectly well acquainted with the literature of all countries. A glance at the walls of his salon proved to Franz and Albert that he was a connoisseur of pictures. A few words he let fall showed them that he was no stranger to the sciences, and he seemed much occupied with chemistry. The two friends did not venture to return the Count the breakfast he had given them. It would have been too absurd to offer him in exchange for his excellent table the very inferior one of Signor Pastrini. They told him so frankly, and he received their excuses with the air of a man who appreciated their delicacy. Albert was charmed with the Count's manners, and he was only prevented from recognizing him for a perfect gentleman by reason of his varied knowledge. The permission to do what he liked with the carriage pleased him above all, for the fair peasants had appeared in a most elegant carriage the preceding evening, and Albert was not sorry to be upon an equal footing with them. At 1:30 they descended. The coachman and footman had put on their livery over their disguises, which gave them a more ridiculous appearance than ever, and which gained them the applause of Franz and Albert. Albert had fastened the faded bunch of violets to his buttonhole. At the first sound of the bell, they hastened into the Corso by the Via Vittoria. At the second turn, a bunch of fresh violets, thrown from a carriage filled with harlequins, indicated to Albert that, like himself and his friend, the peasants had changed their costume also, and whether it was the result of chance, or whether a similar feeling had possessed them both while he had donned their costume, they had assumed his. Albert placed the fresh bouquet in his buttonhole, but he kept the faded one in his hand, and when he again met the calash, he raised it to his lips, an action which seemed greatly to amuse not only the fair lady who had thrown it, but her joyous companions also. The day was as gay as the preceding one, perhaps even more animated and noisy. The Count appeared for an instant at his window, but when they again passed he had disappeared. It is almost needless to say that the flirtation between Albert and the fair peasant continued all day. In the evening, on his return, Franz found a letter from the embassy, informing him that he would have the honor of being received by His Holiness the next day. At each previous visit he had made to Rome, he had solicited and obtained the same favor, and incited as much by a religious feeling as by gratitude. He was unwilling to quit the capital of the Christian world without laying his respectful homage at the feet of one of St. Peter's successors, who has set the rare example of all the virtues. He did not then think of the carnival, for in spite of his condescension and touching kindness, one cannot incline oneself without awe before the venerable and noble old man called Gregory the 16th. On his return from the Vatican, Franz carefully avoided the Corso. He brought away with him a treasure of pious thoughts, to which the mad gaiety of the maskers would have been profanation. At 5:10, Albert entered overjoyed. The harlequin had reassumed her peasant's costume, and as she passed, she raised her mask. She was charming. Franz congratulated Albert, who received his congratulations with the air of a man conscious that they are merited. He had recognized by certain unmistakable signs that his fair incognita belonged to the aristocracy. He had made up his mind to write to her the next day. Franz remarked, while he gave these details, that Albert seemed to have something to ask of him, but that he was unwilling to ask it. He insisted upon it, declaring beforehand that he was willing to make any sacrifice the other wished. Albert let himself be pressed just as long as friendship required, and then avowed to Franz that he would do him a great favor by allowing him to occupy the carriage alone the next day. Albert attributed to Franz's absence the extreme kindness of the fair peasant in raising her mask. Franz was not sufficiently egotistical to stop Albert in the middle of an adventure that promised to prove so agreeable to his curiosity and so flattering to his vanity. He felt assured that the perfect indiscretion of his friend would duly inform him of all that happened, and as, during 3 years that he had traveled all over Italy, a similar piece of good fortune had never fallen to his share, Franz was by no means sorry to learn how to act on such an occasion. He therefore promised Albert that he would content himself the morrow with witnessing the carnival from the windows of the Rospoli Palace. The next morning he saw Albert pass and repass holding an enormous bouquet, which he doubtless meant to make the bearer of his amorous epistle. This belief was changed into certainty when Franz saw the bouquet, conspicuous by a circle of white camellias, in the hand of a charming harlequin dressed in rose-colored satin. The evening was no longer joy, but delirium. Albert nothing doubted but that the fair unknown would reply in the same manner. Franz anticipated his wishes by saying that the noise fatigued him, and that he should pass the next day in writing and looking over his journal. Albert was not deceived, for the next evening Franz saw him enter triumphantly shaking a folded paper which he held by one corner. "Well," said he, "was I mistaken?" "She has answered you," cried Franz. "Read." This word was pronounced in a manner impossible to describe. Franz took the letter and read, "Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock, descend from your carriage opposite the Via dei Pontefici and follow the Roman peasant who snatches your torch from you. When you arrive at the first step of the Church of San Giacomo, be sure to fasten a knot of rose-colored ribbons to the shoulder of your harlequin costume, in order that you may be recognized. Until then, you will not see me. Constancy and discretion." "Well," asked he when Franz had finished, "what do you think of that?" "I think that the adventure is assuming a very agreeable appearance." "I think so also," replied Albert, "and I very much fear you will go alone to the Duke of Bracciano's ball." Franz and Albert had received that morning an invitation from the celebrated Roman banker. "Take care, Albert," said Franz. "All the nobility of Rome will be present, and if your fair incognita belong to the higher class of society, she must go there. Whether she goes there or not, my opinion is still the same," returned Albert. "You have read the letter?" "Yes." "You know how imperfectly the women of the Mezzo Cito are educated in Italy? This is the name of the lower class." "Yes." "Well, read the letter again. Look at the writing, and find, if you can, any blemish in the language or orthography." The writing was in reality charming, and the orthography irreproachable. "You are born to good fortune," said Franz as he returned the letter. "Laugh as much as you will," replied Albert. "I am in love." "You alarm me," cried Franz. "I see that I shall not only go alone to the Duke of Bracciano's, but also return to Florence alone. "If my unknown be as amiable as she is beautiful," said Albert, "I shall fix myself at Rome for 6 weeks at least. I adore Rome, and I have always had a great taste for archaeology. Come, 2 or 3 more such adventures, and I do not despair of seeing you a member of the Academy." Doubtless Albert was about to discuss seriously his right to the academic chair when they were informed that dinner was ready. Albert's love had not taken away his appetite. He hastened with Franz to seat himself, free to recommence the discussion after dinner. After dinner, the Count of Monte Cristo was announced. They had not seen him for 2 days. Signor Pastrini informed them that business had called him to Civita Vecchia. He had started the previous evening and had only returned an hour since. He was charming. Whether he kept a watch over himself, or whether by accident he did not sound the acrimonious chords that in other circumstances had been touched, he was tonight like everybody else. The man was an enigma to Franz. The Count must feel sure that Franz recognized him, and yet he had not let fall a single word indicating any previous acquaintance between them. On his side, however great Franz's desire was to allude to their former interview, the fear of being disagreeable to the man who had loaded him and his friend with kindness prevented him from mentioning it. The Count had learned that the 2 friends had sent to secure a box at the Argentina Theater, and were told they were all let. In consequence, he brought them the key of his own at least. Such was the apparent motive of his visit. Franz and Albert made some difficulty, alleging their fear of depriving him of it, but the Count replied that, as he was going to the Pali Theater, the box at the Argentina Theater would be lost if they did not profit by it. This assurance determined the 2 friends to accept it. Franz had by degrees become accustomed to the Count's pallor, which had so forcibly struck him at their first meeting. He could not refrain from admiring the severe beauty of his features, the only defect, or rather the principal quality of which was the pallor. Truly a Byronic hero, Franz could not, we will not say see him, but even think of him without imagining his stern head upon Manfred's shoulders or beneath Lara's helmet. His forehead was marked with the line that indicates the constant presence of bitter thoughts. He had the fiery eyes that seemed to penetrate to the very soul, and the haughty and disdainful upper lip that gives to the words it utters a peculiar character that impresses them on the minds of those to whom they are addressed. The Count was no longer young. He was at least 40, and yet it was easy to understand that he was formed to rule the young men with whom he associated at present, and to complete his resemblance with the fantastic heroes of the English poet. The Count seemed to have the power of fascination. Albert was constantly expatiating on their good fortune in meeting such a man. Franz was less enthusiastic, but the Count exercised over him also the ascendancy a strong mind always acquires over a mind less domineering. He thought several times of the project the Count had of visiting Paris, and he had no doubt but that, with his eccentric character, his characteristic face, and his colossal fortune, he would produce a great effect there. And yet he did not wish to be at Paris when the Count was there. The evening passed as evenings mostly pass at Italian theaters, that is, not in listening to the music, but in paying visits and conversing. The Countess G. wished to revive the subject of the Count, but Franz announced he had something far newer to tell her, and in spite of Albert's demonstrations of false modesty, he informed the Countess of the great event which had preoccupied them for the last 3 days. As similar intrigues are not uncommon in Italy, if we may credit travelers, the Comtesse did not manifest the least incredulity, but congratulated Albert on his success. They promised, upon separating, to meet at the Duke of Bracciano's ball, to which all Rome was invited. The heroine of the bouquet kept her word. She gave Albert no sign of her existence the morrow or the day after. At length Tuesday came, the last and most tumultuous day of the carnival. On Tuesday, the theaters open at 10 o'clock in the morning, as Lent begins after 8 at night. On Tuesday, all those who through want of money, time, or enthusiasm have not been to see the carnival before mingle in the gaiety and contribute to the noise and excitement. From 2 o'clock till 5, Franz and Albert followed in the fete, exchanging handfuls of confetti with the other carriages and the pedestrians, who crowded amongst the horses' feet and the carriage wheels without a single accident, a single dispute, or a single fight. The fetes are veritable pleasure days to the Italians. The author of this history, who has resided 5 or 6 years in Italy, does not recollect to have ever seen a ceremony interrupted by one of those events so common in other countries. Albert was triumphant in his harlequin costume. A knot of rose-colored ribbons fell from his shoulder almost to the ground. In order that there might be no confusion, Franz wore his peasant's costume. As the day advanced, the tumult became greater. There was not on the pavement, in the carriages, at the windows, a single tongue that was silent, a single arm that did not move. It was a human storm, made up of a thunder of cries and a hail of sweetmeats, flowers, eggs, oranges, and nosegays. At 3 o'clock, the sound of fireworks, let off on the Piazza del Popolo and the Piazza di Venezia, heard with difficulty amid the din and confusion, announced that the races were about to begin. The races, like the Moccoli, are one of the episodes peculiar to the last days of the carnival. At the sound of the fireworks, the carriages instantly broke ranks and retired by the adjacent streets. All these evolutions are executed with an inconceivable address and marvelous rapidity, without the police interfering in the matter. The pedestrians ranged themselves against the walls. Then the trampling of horses and the clashing of steel were heard. A detachment of carbineers, 15 abreast, galloped up the Corso in order to clear it for the Barbary. When the detachment arrived at the Piazza di Venezia, a second volley of fireworks was discharged to announce that the street was clear. Almost instantly, in the midst of a tremendous and general outcry, 7 or 8 horses, excited by the shouts of 300,000 spectators, passed by like lightning. Then the castle of St. Angelo fired 3 cannon to indicate that number 3 had won. Immediately, without any other signal, the carriages moved on, flowing on towards the Corso, down all the streets like torrents pent up for a while, which again flow into the parent river, and the immense stream again continued its course between its 2 granite banks. A new source of noise and movement was added to the crowd. The sellers of Moccoletti entered on the scene. The moccoli or moccoletti are candles which vary in size from the Pascal taper to the rushlight, and which give to each actor in the great final scene of the carnival two very serious problems to grapple with. First, how to keep his own mocoletto alight, and secondly, how to extinguish the mocoletti of others. The mocoletto is like life. Man has found but one means of transmitting it, and that one comes from God. But he has discovered 1,000 means of taking it away, and the devil has somewhat aided him. The mocoletto is kindled by approaching it to a light. But who can describe the 1,000 means of extinguishing the mocoletto? The gigantic bellows, the monstrous extinguishers, the superhuman fans. Everyone hastened to purchase Mocoletti, Franz, and Albert among the rest. The night was rapidly approaching, and already at the cry of Mocoletti repeated by the shrill voices of 1,000 vendors, 2 or 3 stars began to burn among the crowd. It was a signal. At the end of 10 minutes, 50,000 lights glittered, descending from the Palazzo di Venezia to the Piazza del Popolo and mounting from the Piazza del Popolo to the Palazzo di Venezia. It seemed like the fate of jack-o'-lanterns. It is impossible to form any idea of it without having seen it. Suppose that all the stars had descended from the sky and mingled in a wild dance on the face of the earth, the whole accompanied by cries that were never heard in any other part of the world. The facchino follows the prince, the Transteverin the citizen, everyone blowing, extinguishing, relighting. Had old Aeolus appeared at this moment, he would have been proclaimed king of the Mocoli, and Aquilo the heir presumptive to the throne. This battle of folly and flame continued for 2 hours. The Corso was light as day. The features of the spectators on the 3rd and 4th stories were visible. Every 5 minutes Albert took out his watch. At length it pointed to 7. The 2 friends were in the Via dei Pontefici. Albert sprang out, bearing his mocoletto in his hand. 2 or 3 masks strove to knock his mocoletto out of his hand, but Albert, a first-rate pugilist, sent them rolling in the street, one after the other, and continued his course towards the church of San Giacomo. The steps were crowded with masks, who strove to snatch each other's torches. Franz followed Albert with his eyes and saw him mount the first step. Instantly a mask, wearing the well-known costume of a peasant woman, snatched his mocoletto from him without his offering any resistance. Franz was too far off to hear what they said, but without doubt nothing hostile passed, for he saw Albert disappear arm in arm with the peasant girl. He watched them pass through the crowd for some time, but at length he lost sight of them in the Via Macello. Suddenly, the bell that gives the signal for the end of the carnival sounded, and at the same instant all the mocoletti were extinguished, as if by enchantment. It seemed as though one immense blast of the wind had extinguished everyone. Franz found himself in utter darkness. No sound was audible save that of the carriages that were carrying the maskers home. Nothing was visible save a few lights that burnt behind the windows. The carnival was over.
The lights are out, and Franz is alone in the darkened city. Albert disappeared with a masked peasant girl before the final bell. The carnival is over. Its danger is not.
Chapter 37. The Catacombs of Saint Sebastian. In his whole life, perhaps, Franz had never before experienced so sudden an impression, so rapid a transition from gaiety to sadness as in this moment. It seemed as though Rome, under the magic breath of some demon of the night, had suddenly changed into a vast tomb. By a chance, which added yet more to the intensity of the darkness, the moon, which was on the wane, did not rise until 11 o'clock, and the streets which the young man traversed were plunged in the deepest obscurity. The distance was short, and at the end of 10 minutes his carriage, or rather the Count's, stopped before the Hotel de Londres. Dinner was waiting, but as Albert had told him that he should not return so soon, Franz sat down without him. Signor Pastrini, who had been accustomed to see them dine together, inquired into the cause of his absence, but Franz merely replied that Albert had received on the previous evening an invitation which he had accepted. The sudden extinction of the Macoletti, the darkness which had replaced the light, and the silence which had succeeded the turmoil had left in Franz's mind a certain depression which was not free from uneasiness. He therefore dined very silently, in spite of the officious attention of his host, who presented himself 2 or 3 times to inquire if he wanted anything. Franz resolved to wait for Albert as late as possible. He ordered the carriage, therefore, for 11 o'clock, desiring Signor Pastrini to inform him the moment that Albert returned to the hotel. At 11 o'clock, Albert had not come back. Franz dressed himself and went out, telling his host that he was going to pass the night at the Duke of Bracciano's. The house of the Duke of Bracciano is one of the most delightful in Rome. The Duchess, one of the last heiresses of the Colonnas, does its honors with the most consummate grace, and thus their fetes have a European celebrity. Franz and Albert had brought to Rome letters of introduction to them, and their first question on his arrival was to inquire the whereabouts of his traveling companion. Franz replied that he had left him at the moment they were about to extinguish the Moccoli, and that he had lost sight of him in the Via Macello. "Then he has not returned," said the Duke. "I waited for him until this hour," replied Franz. "And do you know whither he went?" "No, not precisely. However, I think it was something very like a rendezvous." "Diavolo," said the Duke. "This is a bad day, or rather a bad night. To be out late, is it not, Countess?" These words were addressed to the Countess G., who had just arrived, and was leaning on the arm of Signor Torlonia, the Duke's brother. "I think, on the contrary, that it is a charming night," replied the Countess, "and those who are here will complain of but one thing, that of its too rapid flight." "I am not speaking," said the Duke with a smile, "of the persons who are here. The men run no other danger than that of falling in love with you, and the women of falling ill of jealousy at seeing you so lovely. I meant persons who are out in the streets of Rome." "Ah," asked the Countess, "who is out in the streets of Rome at this hour, unless it be to go to a ball?" "Our friend, Albert de Morcerf, Countess, whom I left in pursuit of his unknown about 7 o'clock this evening," said Franz, "and whom I have not seen since." "And don't you know where he is?" "Not at all." "Is he armed?" "He is in masquerade." "You should not have allowed him to go," said the Duke to Franz, "you who know Rome better than he does." "You might as well have tried to stop number 3 of the Barberi who gained the prize in the race today," replied Franz. "And then, moreover, what could happen to him. Who can tell? The night is gloomy, and the Tiber is very near the Via Macello. Franz felt a shudder run through his veins at observing that the feeling of the Duke and the Countess was so much in unison with his own personal disquietude. I informed them at the hotel that I had the honor of passing the night here, Duke, said Franz, and desired them to come and inform me of his return. Ah, replied the Duke, here I think is one of my servants who is seeking you. The Duke was not mistaken. When he saw Franz, the servant came up to him. Your Excellency, he said, the master of the Hotel de Londres has sent to let you know that a man is waiting for you with a letter from the Viscount of Morcerf. A letter from the Viscount, exclaimed Franz. Yes. And who is the man? I do not know. Why did he not bring it to me here? The messenger did not say. And where is the messenger? He went away directly he saw me enter the ballroom to find you. Oh, said the Countess to Franz, go with all speed, poor young man. Perhaps some accident has happened to him. I will hasten, replied Franz. Shall we see you again to give us any information? Inquired the Countess. Yes, if it is not any serious affair. Otherwise I cannot answer as to what I may do myself. Be prudent in any event, said the Countess. Oh, pray be assured of that. Franz took his hat and went away in haste. He had sent away his carriage with orders for it to fetch him at 2 o'clock. Fortunately, the Palazzo Bracciano, which is on one side in the Corso and on the other in the Square of the Holy Apostles, is hardly 10 minutes' walk from the Hotel de Londres. As he came near the hotel, Franz saw a man in the middle of the street. He had no doubt that it was the messenger from Albert. The man was wrapped up in a large cloak. He went up to him, but, to his extreme astonishment, the stranger first addressed him. What wants your Excellency of me? Inquired the man, retreating a step or two as if to keep on his guard. Are not you the person who brought me a letter? Inquired Franz from the Viscount of Morcerf. Your Excellency lodges at Pastrini's hotel? I do. Your Excellency is the traveling companion of the Viscount? I am. Your Excellency's name is the Baron Franz d'Epinay. Then it is to your Excellency that this letter is addressed. Is there any answer? Inquired Franz, taking the letter from him. Yes, your friend at least hopes so. Come upstairs with me, and I will give it to you. I prefer waiting here, said the messenger with a smile. And why? Your Excellency will know when you have read the letter. Shall I find you here then? Certainly. Franz entered the hotel. On the staircase he met Signor Pastrini. Well, said the landlord. Well, what? Responded Franz. You have seen the man who desired to speak with you from your friend? He asked of Franz. Yes, I have seen him, he replied, and he has handed this letter to me. Light the candles in my apartment, if you please. The innkeeper gave orders to a servant to go before Franz with a light. The young man had found Signor Pastrini looking very much alarmed, and this had only made him the more anxious to read Albert's letter, and so he went instantly towards the waxlight and unfolded it. It was written and signed by Albert. Franz read it twice before he could comprehend what it contained. It was thus worded: "My dear fellow, the moment you have received this, have the kindness to take the letter of credit from my pocketbook, which you will find in the square drawer of the secretaire. Add your own to it, if it be not sufficient. Run to Torlonia. Draw from him instantly 4,000 piastres and give them to the bearer. It is urgent that I should have this money without delay. I do not say more, relying on you as you may rely on me. Your friend, Albert de Morcerf. P.S. I now believe in Italian banditti." Below these lines were written in a strange hand the following in Italian: "Se alle 6 della mattina le 4.000 piastre non sono nelle mie mani, alla 7 il conte Alberto avrà cessato di vivere. Luigi Vampa. If by 6 in the morning the 4,000 piastres are not in my hands, by 7 o'clock the Count Albert will have ceased to live." This second signature explained everything to Franz, who now understood the objection of the messenger to coming up into the apartment. The street was safer for him. Albert, then, had fallen into the hands of the famous bandit chief, in whose existence he had for so long a time refused to believe. There was no time to lose. He hastened to open the secretaire and found the pocketbook in the drawer, and in it the letter of credit. There were in all 6,000 piastres, but of these 6,000 Albert had already expended 3,000. As to Franz, he had no letter of credit, as he lived at Florence, and had only come to Rome to pass 7 or 8 days. He had brought but 100 louis, and of these he had not more than 50 left. Thus 700 or 800 piastres were wanting to them both to make up the sum that Albert required. True, he might in such a case rely on the kindness of Signor Torlonia. He was, therefore, about to return to the Palazzo Bracciano without loss of time, when suddenly a luminous idea crossed his mind. He remembered the Count of Monte Cristo. Franz was about to ring for Signor Pastrini, when that worthy presented himself. "My dear sir," he said hastily, "do you know if the Count is within?" "Yes, your Excellency. He has this moment returned." "Is he in bed?" "I should say no." "Then ring at his door, if you please, and request him to be so kind as to give me an audience." Signor Pastrini did as he was desired, and returning 5 minutes after, he said, "The Count awaits your Excellency." Franz went along the corridor, and a servant introduced him to the Count. He was in a small room which Franz had not yet seen, and which was surrounded with divans. The Count came towards him. "Well, what good wind blows you hither at this hour?" said he. "Have you come to sup with me? It would be very kind of you." "No, I have come to speak to you of a very serious matter." "A serious matter?" said the Count, looking at Franz with the earnestness usual to him. "And what may it be? Are we alone?" "Yes," replied the Count, going to the door and returning. Franz gave him Albert's letter. "Read that," he said. The Count read it. "Well, well," said he. "Did you see the postscript?" "I did indeed. Se alle sei della mattina le 4.000 piastre non sono nelle mie mani, alla 7 il conte Alberto avrà cessato di vivere." Luigi Vampa. "What think you of that?" inquired Franz. "Have you the money he demands?" "Yes, all but 800 piastres." The Count went to his secretaire, opened it, and pulling out a drawer filled with gold, said to Franz, "I hope you will not offend me by applying to anyone but myself. You see, on the contrary, I come to you first and instantly," replied Franz. "And I thank you. Have what you will." And he made a sign to Franz to take what he pleased. "Is it absolutely necessary, then, to send the money to Luigi Vampa?" asked the young man, looking fixedly in his turn at the Count. "Judge for yourself," replied he. "The postscript is explicit. I think that if you would take the trouble of reflecting, you could find a way of simplifying the negotiation," said Franz. "How so?" returned the Count, with surprise. "If we were to go together to Luigi Vampa, I am sure he would not refuse you Albert's freedom. What influence can I possibly have over a bandit? Have you not just rendered him a service that can never be forgotten?" "What is that?" "Have you not saved Peppino's life?" "Well, well," said the Count. "Who told you that?" "No matter. I know it." The Count knit his brows and remained silent an instant. "And if I went to seek Vampa, would you accompany me?" "If my society would not be disagreeable, be it so. It is a lovely night, and a walk without Rome will do us both good. Shall I take any arms? For what purpose? Any money? It is useless. Where is the man who brought the letter?" "In the street. He awaits the answer." "Yes. I must learn where we are going. I will summon him hither." "It is useless. He would not come up. To your apartments, perhaps, but he will not make any difficulty at entering mine." The Count went to the window of the apartment that looked onto the street and whistled in a peculiar manner. The man in the mantle quitted the wall and advanced into the middle of the street. "Salite," said the Count in the same tone in which he would have given an order to his servant. The messenger obeyed without the least hesitation, but rather with alacrity, and mounting the steps at a bound, entered the hotel. 5 seconds afterwards he was at the door of the room. "Ah, it is you, Peppino," said the Count. But Peppino, instead of answering, threw himself on his knees, seized the Count's hand, and covered it with kisses. "Ah," said the Count, "you have then not forgotten that I saved your life. That is strange, for it is a week ago." "No, Excellency, and never shall I forget it," returned Peppino with an accent of profound gratitude. "Never. That is a long time, but it is something that you believe so. Rise and answer." Peppino glanced anxiously at Franz. "Oh, you may speak before His Excellency," said he. He is one of my friends. You allow me to give you this title? Continued the Count in French. It is necessary to excite this man's confidence. You can speak before me, said Franz. I am a friend of the Count's. Good, returned Peppino. I am ready to answer any questions your Excellency may address to me. How did the Viscount Albert fall into Luigi's hands? Excellency, the Frenchman's carriage passed several times the one in which was Teresa, the chief's mistress? Yes. The Frenchman threw her a bouquet. Teresa returned it all this with the consent of the chief, who was in the carriage. What? Cried Franz. Was Luigi Vampa in the carriage with the Roman peasants? It was he who drove disguised as the coachman, replied Peppino. Well, said the Count. Well then, the Frenchman took off his mask. Teresa, with the chief's consent, did the same. The Frenchman asked for a rendezvous. Teresa gave him one only. Instead of Teresa, it was Beppo who was on the steps of the church of San Giacomo. What? Exclaimed Franz. The peasant girl who snatched his mocoletto from him was a lad of 15, replied Peppino. But it was no disgrace to your friend to have been deceived. Beppo has taken in plenty of others. And Beppo led him outside the walls, said the Count. Exactly so. A carriage was waiting at the end of the Via Macello. Beppo got in, inviting the Frenchman to follow him, and he did not wait to be asked twice. He gallantly offered the right-hand seat to Beppo and sat by him. Beppo told him he was going to take him to a villa a league from Rome. The Frenchman assured him he would follow him to the end of the world. The coachman went up the Via di Ripetta and the Porta San Paolo, and when they were 200 yards outside, as the Frenchman became somewhat too forward, Beppo put a brace of pistols to his head. The coachman pulled up and did the same. At the same time, 4 of the band, who were concealed on the banks of the Almo, surrounded the carriage. The Frenchman made some resistance and nearly strangled Beppo, but he could not resist 5 armed men and was forced to yield. They made him get out, walk along the banks of the river, and then brought him to Teresa and Luigi, who were waiting for him in the catacombs of St. Sebastian. Well, said the Count, turning towards Franz, it seems to me that this is a very likely story. What do you say to it? Why, that I should think it very amusing, replied Franz, if it had happened to anyone but poor Albert. And in truth, if you had not found me here, said the Count, it might have proved a gallant adventure which would have cost your friend dear, but now, be assured, his alarm will be the only serious consequence. And shall we go and find him? Inquired Franz. Oh, decidedly, sir. He is in a very picturesque place. Do you know the catacombs of St. Sebastian? I was never in them, but I have often resolved to visit them. Well, here is an opportunity made to your hand, and it would be difficult to contrive a better. Have you a carriage? No. That is of no consequence. I always have one ready, day and night. Always ready. Yes. I am a very capricious being, and I should tell you that sometimes when I rise, or after my dinner, or in the middle of the night, I resolve on starting for some particular point, and away I go. The Count rang, and a footman appeared. "Order out the carriage," he said, "and remove the pistols which are in the holsters. You need not awaken the coachman. Ali will drive." In a very short time the noise of wheels was heard, and the carriage stopped at the door. The Count took out his watch. 12:30, he said. "We might start at 5 o'clock and be in time, but the delay may cause your friend to pass an uneasy night, and therefore we had better go with all speed to extricate him from the hands of the infidels. Are you still resolved to accompany me?" "More determined than ever." "Well then, come along." Franz and the Count went downstairs, accompanied by Peppino. At the door they found the carriage. Ali was on the box, in whom Franz recognized the dumb slave of the grotto of Monte Cristo. Franz and the Count got into the carriage. Peppino placed himself beside Ali, and they set off at a rapid pace. Ali had received his instructions and went down the Corso, crossed the Campo Vaccino, went up the Strada San Gregorio, and reached the gates of St. Sebastian. Then the porter raised some difficulties, but the Count of Monte Cristo produced a permit from the governor of Rome, allowing him to leave or enter the city at any hour of the day or night. The portcullis was therefore raised. The porter had a louis for his trouble, and they went on their way. The road which the carriage now traversed was the ancient Appian Way, and bordered with tombs. From time to time, by the light of the moon, which began to rise, Franz imagined that he saw something like a sentinel appear at various points among the ruins, and suddenly retreat into the darkness on a signal from Peppino. A short time before they reached the baths of Caracalla, the carriage stopped. Peppino opened the door, and the Count and Franz alighted. "In 10 minutes," said the Count to his companion, "we shall be there." He then took Peppino aside, gave him an order in a low voice, and Peppino went away, taking with him a torch, brought with them in the carriage. 5 minutes elapsed, during which Franz saw the shepherd going along a narrow path that led over the irregular and broken surface of the Campagna, and finally he disappeared in the midst of the tall red herbage, which seemed like the bristling mane of an enormous lion. "Now," said the Count, "let us follow him." Franz and the Count in their turn then advanced along the same path which, at the distance of 100 paces, led them over a declivity to the bottom of a small valley. They then perceived 2 men conversing in the obscurity. "Ought we to go on?" asked Franz of the Count, "or should we pause?" "Let us go on. Peppino will have warned the sentry of our coming." One of the 2 men was Peppino, and the other a bandit on the lookout. Franz and the Count advanced, and the bandit saluted them. "Your Excellency," said Peppino, addressing the Count, "if you will follow me, the opening of the catacombs is close at hand." "Go on, then," replied the Count. They came to an opening behind a clump of bushes, and in the midst of a pile of rocks, by which a man could scarcely pass. Peppino glided first into this crevice. After they got along a few paces, the passage widened. Peppino passed, lighted his torch, and turned to see if they came after him. The Count first reached an open space, and Franz followed him closely. The passageway sloped in a gentle descent, enlarging as they proceeded. Still, Franz and the Count were compelled to advance in a stooping posture and were scarcely able to proceed abreast of one another. They went on 150 paces in this way, and then were stopped by "Who comes there?" At the same time they saw the reflection of a torch on a carbine barrel. "A friend," responded Peppino, and advancing alone towards the sentry, he said a few words to him in a low tone, and then he, like the first, saluted the nocturnal visitors, making a sign that they might proceed. Behind the sentinel was a staircase with 20 steps. Franz and the Count descended these and found themselves in a mortuary chamber. 5 corridors diverged like the rays of a star, and the walls, dug into niches which were arranged one above the other in the shape of coffins, showed that they were at last in the catacombs. Down one of the corridors, whose extent it was impossible to determine, rays of light were visible. The Count laid his hand on Franz's shoulder. "Would you like to see a camp of bandits in repose?" he inquired. "Exceedingly," replied Franz. "Come with me, then." Peppino put out the torch. Peppino obeyed, and Franz and the Count were in utter darkness, except that 50 paces in advance of them a reddish glare, more evident since Peppino had put out his torch, was visible along the wall. They advanced silently, the Count guiding Franz as if he had the singular faculty of seeing in the dark. Franz himself, however, saw his way more plainly in proportion as he went on towards the light, which served in some manner as a guide. 3 arcades were before them, and the middle one was used as a door. These arcades opened on one side into the corridor where the Count and Franz were, and on the other into a large square chamber, entirely surrounded by niches similar to those of which we have spoken. In the midst of this chamber were 4 stones which had formerly served as an altar, as was evident from the cross which still surmounted them. A lamp, placed at the base of a pillar, lighted up with its pale and flickering flame the singular scene which presented itself to the eyes of the 2 visitors concealed in the shadow. A man was seated with his elbow leaning on the column, and was reading with his back turned to the arcades, through the openings of which the newcomers contemplated him. This was the chief of the band, Luigi Vampa. Around him, and in groups according to their fancy, lying in their mantles or with their backs against a sort of stone bench which went all round the columbarium, were to be seen 20 brigands or more, each having his carbine within reach. At the other end, silent, scarcely visible, and like a shadow, was a sentinel, who was walking up and down before a grotto which was only distinguishable because in that spot the darkness seemed more dense than elsewhere. When the Count thought Franz had gazed sufficiently on this picturesque tableau, he raised his finger to his lips to warn him to be silent, and ascending the 3 steps which led to the corridor of the columbarium, entered the chamber by the middle arcade, and advanced towards Vampa, who was so intent on the book before him that he did not hear the noise of his footsteps. "Who comes there?" cried the sentinel, who was less abstracted, and who saw by the lamplight a shadow approaching his chief. At this challenge, Vampa rose quickly, drawing at the same moment a pistol from his girdle. In a moment all the bandits were on their feet, and 20 carbines were leveled at the Count. "Well," said he in a voice perfectly calm, and no muscle of his countenance disturbed. "Well, my dear Vampa, it appears to me that you receive a friend with a great deal of ceremony." "Ground arms," exclaimed the chief, with an imperative sign of the hand, while with the other he took off his hat respectfully. Then, turning to the singular personage who had caused this scene, he said, "Your pardon, Your Excellency, but I was so far from expecting the honor of a visit that I did not really recognize you." "It seems that your memory is equally short in everything, Vampa," said the Count, "and that not only do you forget people's faces, but also the conditions you make with them." "What conditions have I forgotten, Your Excellency?" inquired the bandit, with the air of a man who, having committed an error, is anxious to repair it. "Was it not agreed," asked the Count, "that not only my person, but also that of my friends should be respected by you? And how have I broken that treaty, Your Excellency?" "You have this evening carried off and conveyed hither the Viscount Albert de Morcerf." "Well," continued the Count, in a tone that made Franz shudder, "this young gentleman is one of my friends. This young gentleman lodges in the same hotel as myself. This young gentleman has been up and down the Corso for 8 hours in my private carriage. And yet I repeat to you, you have carried him off and conveyed him hither, and," added the Count, taking the letter from his pocket, "you have set a ransom on him as if he were an utter stranger." "Why did you not tell me all this, you?" inquired the brigand chief, turning towards his men, who all retreated before his look. "Why have you caused me thus to fail in my word towards a gentleman like the Count, who has all our lives in his hands? By heavens, if I thought one of you knew that the young gentleman was the friend of His Excellency, I would blow his brains out with my own hand." "Well," said the Count, turning towards Franz, "I told you there was some mistake in this." "Are you not alone?" asked Vampa with uneasiness. "I am with the person to whom this letter was addressed, and to whom I desired to prove that Luigi Vampa was a man of his word. Come, Your Excellency," the Count added, turning to Franz, "here is Luigi Vampa, who will himself express to you his deep regret at the mistake he has committed." Franz approached, the chief advancing several steps to meet him. "Welcome among us, Your Excellency," he said to him. "You heard what the Count just said, and also my reply. Let me add that I would not for the 4,000 piastres at which I had fixed your friend's ransom that this had happened." "But," said Franz, looking round him uneasily, "where is the Viscount? I do not see him." "Nothing has happened to him, I hope," said the Count frowningly. "The prisoner is there," replied Vampa, pointing to the hollow space in front of which the bandit was on guard, "and I will go myself and tell him he is free." The chief went towards the place he had pointed out as Albert's prison, and Franz and the Count followed him. "What is the prisoner doing?" inquired Vampa of the sentinel. "Ma foi, Captain," replied the sentry, "I do not know. For the last hour I have not heard him stir." "Come in, Your Excellency," said Vampa. The Count and Franz ascended 7 or 8 steps after the chief, who drew back a bolt and opened a door. Then, by the gleam of a lamp, similar to that which lighted the columbarium, Albert was to be seen wrapped up in a cloak which one of the bandits had lent him lying in a corner in profound slumber. "Come," said the Count, smiling with his own peculiar smile, "not so bad for a man who is to be shot at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Vampa looked at Albert with a kind of admiration. He was not insensible to such a proof of courage. "You are right, Your Excellency," he said. "This must be one of your friends." Then, going to Albert, he touched him on the shoulder, saying, "Will Your Excellency please to awaken?" Albert stretched out his arms, rubbed his eyelids, and opened his eyes. "Oh," said he, "is it you, Captain? You should have allowed me to sleep. I had such a delightful dream. I was dancing the galop at Torlonia's with the Countess G." Then he drew his watch from his pocket, that he might see how time sped. "1:30 only," said he. "Why the devil do you rouse me at this hour?" "To tell you that you are free, Your Excellency." "My dear fellow," replied Albert with perfect ease of mind, "remember for the future Napoleon's maxim, 'Never awaken me but for bad news.' If you had let me sleep on, I should have finished my galop and have been grateful to you all my life. So then, they have paid my ransom?" "No, Your Excellency." "Well then, how am I free?" "A person to whom I can refuse nothing has come to demand you." "Come hither?" "Yes, hither." "Really? Then that person is a most amiable person." Albert looked around and perceived Franz. "What?" said he. "Is it you, my dear Franz, whose devotion and friendship are thus displayed?" "No, not I," replied Franz, "but our neighbor, the Count of Monte Cristo." "Oh, my dear Count," said Albert gaily, arranging his cravat and wristbands, "you are really most kind, and I hope you will consider me as under eternal obligations to you, in the first place for the carriage, and in the next for this visit." And he put out his hand to the Count, who shuddered as he gave his own, but who nevertheless did give it. The bandit gazed on this scene with amazement. He was evidently accustomed to see his prisoners tremble before him, and yet here was one whose gay temperament was not for a moment altered. As for Franz, he was enchanted at the way in which Albert had sustained the national honor in the presence of the bandit. "My dear Albert," he said, "if you will make haste, we shall yet have time to finish the night at Torlonia's. You may conclude your interrupted galop, so that you will owe no ill will to Signor Luigi, who has indeed throughout this whole affair acted like a gentleman. You are decidedly right, and we may reach the palazzo by 2 o'clock. Signor Luigi," continued Albert, "is there any formality to fulfill before I take leave of Your Excellency?" "None, sir," replied the bandit. "You are as free as air. Well then, a happy and merry life to you. Come, gentlemen, come." And Albert, followed by Franz and the Count, descended the staircase, crossed the square chamber where stood all the bandits, hat in hand. "Peppino," said the brigand chief, "give me the torch." "What are you going to do?" inquired the Count. "I will show you the way back myself," said the captain. "That is the least honor that I can render to Your Excellency." And taking the lighted torch from the hands of the herdsman, he preceded his guests, not as a servant who performs an act of civility, but like a king who precedes ambassadors. On reaching the door, he bowed. "And now, Your Excellency," added he, "allow me to repeat my apologies, and I hope you will not entertain any resentment at what has occurred." "No, my dear Vampa," replied the Count. "Besides, you compensate for your mistakes in so gentlemanly a way that one almost feels obliged to you for having committed them." "Gentlemen," added the chief, turning towards the young men, "perhaps the offer may not appear very tempting to you, but if you should ever feel inclined to pay me a second visit wherever I may be, you shall be welcome." Franz and Albert bowed. The Count went out first, then Albert. Franz paused for a moment. "Has Your Excellency anything to ask me?" said Vampa with a smile. "Yes, I have," replied Franz. "I am curious to know what work you were perusing with so much attention as we entered." "Caesar's Commentaries," said the bandit. "It is my favorite work." "Well, are you coming?" asked Albert. "Yes," replied Franz, "here I am," and he in his turn left the caves. They advanced to the plain. "Ah, your pardon," said Albert, turning round. "Will you allow me, Captain?" And he lighted his cigar at Vampa's torch. "Now, my dear Count," he said, "let us on with all the speed we may. I am enormously anxious to finish my night at the Duke of Bracciano's." They found the carriage where they had left it. The Count said a word in Arabic to Ali, and the horses went on at great speed. It was just 2 o'clock by Albert's watch when the two friends entered into the dancing room. Their return was quite an event, but as they entered together, all uneasiness on Albert's account ceased instantly. "Madame," said the Viscount of Morcerf, advancing towards the Countess, "yesterday you were so condescending as to promise me a gallop. I am rather late in claiming this gracious promise, but here is my friend, whose character for veracity you well know, and he will assure you the delay arose from no fault of mine." And as at this moment the orchestra gave the signal for the waltz, Albert put his arm round the waist of the Countess and disappeared with her in the whirl of dancers. In the meanwhile, Franz was considering the singular shudder that had passed over the Count of Monte Cristo at the moment when he had been, in some sort, forced to give his hand to Albert.
Luigi Vampa is the bandit chief whose story filled the road to the Colosseum. One word from the Count released Albert without ransom. Albert thinks he has found a generous new friend. Franz has noticed the shudder that passed through the Count when friendship required his hand.
Chapter 38. The Rendezvous. The first words that Albert uttered to his friend on the following morning contained a request that Franz would accompany him on a visit to the Count. True, the young man had warmly and energetically thanked the Count on the previous evening, but services such as he had rendered could never be too often acknowledged. Franz, who seemed attracted by some invisible influence towards the Count, in which terror was strangely mingled, felt an extreme reluctance to permit his friend to be exposed alone to the singular fascination that this mysterious personage seemed to exercise over him, and therefore made no objection to Albert's request, but at once accompanied him to the desired spot, and, after a short delay, the Count joined them in the salon. "My dear Count," said Albert, advancing to meet him, "permit me to repeat the poor thanks I offered last night, and to assure you that the remembrance of all I owe to you will never be effaced from my memory. Believe me, as long as I live, I shall never cease to dwell with grateful recollection on the prompt and important service you rendered me, and also to remember that to you I am indebted even for my life. My very good friend and excellent neighbor, replied the Count with a smile, you really exaggerate my trifling exertions. You owe me nothing but some trifle of 20,000 francs, which you have been saved out of your traveling expenses, so that there is not much of a score between us. But you must really permit me to congratulate you on the ease and unconcern with which you resigned yourself to your fate, and the perfect indifference you manifested as to the turn events might take. Upon my word, said Albert, I deserve no credit for what I could not help, namely a determination to take everything as I found it and to let those bandits see that although men get into troublesome scrapes all over the world, there is no nation but the French that can smile even in the face of grim death himself. All that, however, has nothing to do with my obligations to you, and I now come to ask you whether in my own person, my family, or connections, I can in any way serve you. My father, the Comte de Morcerf, although of Spanish origin, possesses considerable influence both at the court of France and Madrid, and I unhesitatingly place the best services of myself and all to whom my life is dear at your disposal. Monsieur de Morcerf, replied the Count, your offer, far from surprising me, is precisely what I expected from you, and I accept it in the same spirit of hearty sincerity with which it is made. Nay, I will go still further and say that I had previously made up my mind to ask a great favor at your hands. Oh, pray name it. I am wholly a stranger to Paris. It is a city I have never yet seen. Is it possible, exclaimed Albert, that you have reached your present age without visiting the finest capital in the world? I can scarcely credit it. Nevertheless, it is quite true. Still, I agree with you in thinking that my present ignorance of the first city in Europe is a reproach to me in every way, and calls for immediate correction. But, in all probability, I should have performed so important, so necessary a duty as that of making myself acquainted with the wonders and beauties of your justly celebrated capital, had I known any person who would have introduced me into the fashionable world, but unfortunately I possessed no acquaintance there, and of necessity was compelled to abandon the idea. So distinguished an individual as yourself, cried Albert, could scarcely have required an introduction. You are most kind, but as regards myself, I can find no merit I possess save that, as a millionaire, I might have become a partner in the speculations of M. Aguado and M. Rothschild. But as my motive in traveling to your capital would not have been for the pleasure of dabbling in stocks, I stayed away till some favorable chance should present itself of carrying my wish into execution. Your offer, however, smooths all difficulties, and I have only to ask you, my dear M. de Morcerf, these words were accompanied by a most peculiar smile, whether you undertake, upon my arrival in France, to open to me the doors of that fashionable world of which I know no more than a Huron or a native of Cochin China. Oh, that I do, and with infinite pleasure, answered Albert, and so much the more readily as a letter received this morning from my father summons me to Paris, in consequence of a treaty of marriage. My dear Franz, do not smile, I beg of you, with a family of high standing, and connected with the very cream of Parisian society. Connected by marriage, you mean, said Franz laughingly. Well, never mind how it is, answered Albert. It comes to the same thing in the end. Perhaps by the time you return to Paris, I shall be quite a sober, staid father of a family. A most edifying representative I shall make of all the domestic virtues, don't you think so? But as regards your wish to visit our fine city, my dear Count, I can only say that you may command me and mine to any extent you please. Then it is settled, said the Count, and I give you my solemn assurance that I only waited an opportunity like the present to realize plans that I have long meditated. Franz did not doubt that these plans were the same concerning which the Count had dropped a few words in the grotto of Monte Cristo, and while the Count was speaking, the young man watched him closely, hoping to read something of his purpose in his face. But his countenance was inscrutable, especially when, as in the present case, it was veiled in a sphinx-like smile. "But tell me now, Count," exclaimed Albert, delighted at the idea of having to chaperone so distinguished a person as Monte Cristo, "tell me truly whether you are in earnest, or if this project of visiting Paris is merely one of the chimerical and uncertain air castles of which we make so many in the course of our lives, but which, like a house built on the sand, is liable to be blown over by the first puff of wind." "I pledge you my honor," returned the Count, "that I mean to do as I have said. Both inclination and positive necessity compel me to visit Paris. When do you propose going thither? Have you made up your mind when you shall be there yourself?" "Certainly I have, in a fortnight or 3 weeks' time, that is to say, as fast as I can get there." "Nay," said the Count, "I will give you 3 months ere I join you. You see I make an ample allowance for all delays and difficulties." "And in 3 months' time," said Albert, "you will be at my house? Shall we make a positive appointment for a particular day and hour?" inquired the Count. "Only let me warn you that I am proverbial for my punctilious exactitude in keeping my engagements." "Day for day, hour for hour," said Albert. "That will suit me to a dot." "So be it then," replied the Count, and extending his hand towards a calendar suspended near the chimney-piece, he said, "Today is the 21st of February," and drawing out his watch, added, "It is exactly 10:30 o'clock. Now promise me to remember this, and expect me the 21st of May at the same hour in the forenoon." "Capital," exclaimed Albert. "Your breakfast shall be waiting. Where do you live?" "No, 27, Rue du Helder. Have you bachelor's apartments there? I hope my coming will not put you to any inconvenience." "I reside in my father's house, but occupy a pavilion at the farther side of the courtyard, entirely separated from the main building." "Quite sufficient," replied the Count as, taking out his tablets, he wrote down No. 27, Rue du Helder, 21st May, 10:30 in the morning. "Now then," said the Count, returning his tablets to his pocket, "make yourself perfectly easy. The hand of your timepiece will not be more accurate in marking the time than myself. Shall I see you again ere my departure?" asked Albert. "That depends. When do you leave?" "Tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock. In that case I must say adieu to you, as I am compelled to go to Naples, and shall not return hither before Saturday evening or Sunday morning." "And you, Baron," pursued the Count, addressing Franz, "do you also depart tomorrow?" "Yes." "For France?" No, for Venice. I shall remain in Italy for another year or two. Then we shall not meet in Paris? I fear I shall not have that honor. Well, since we must part, said the Count, holding out a hand to each of the young men, allow me to wish you both a safe and pleasant journey. It was the first time the hand of Franz had come in contact with that of the mysterious individual before him, and unconsciously he shuddered at its touch, for it felt cold and icy as that of a corpse. Let us understand each other, said Albert. It is agreed, is it not, that you are to be at No. 27 in the Rue du Helder on the 21st of May at 10:30 in the morning, and your word of honor passed for your punctuality? The 21st of May at 10:30 in the morning, Rue du Helder, number 27, replied the Count. The young men then rose, and bowing to the Count, quitted the room. What is the matter? Asked Albert of Franz when they had returned to their own apartments. You seem more than commonly thoughtful. I will confess to you, Albert, replied Franz. The Count is a very singular person, and the appointment you have made to meet him in Paris fills me with 1,000 apprehensions. My dear fellow, exclaimed Albert, what can there possibly be in that to excite uneasiness? Why, you must have lost your senses. Whether I am in my senses or not, answered Franz, that is the way I feel. Listen to me, Franz, said Albert. I am glad that the occasion has presented itself for saying this to you, for I have noticed how cold you are in your bearing towards the Count, while he, on the other hand, has always been courtesy itself to us. Have you anything particular against him? Possibly. Did you ever meet him previously to coming hither? I have. And where? Will you promise me not to repeat a single word of what I am about to tell you? I promise. Upon your honor. Upon my honor. Then listen to me. Franz then related to his friend the history of his excursion to the island of Monte Cristo and of his finding a party of smugglers there and the 2 Corsican bandits with them. He dwelt with considerable force and energy on the almost magical hospitality he had received from the Count and the magnificence of his entertainment in the Grotto of the 1,001 Nights. He recounted with circumstantial exactitude all the particulars of the supper, the hashish, the statues, the dream, and how, at his awakening, there remained no proof or trace of all these events, save the small yacht, seen in the distant horizon driving under full sail toward Porto Vecchio. Then he detailed the conversation overheard by him at the Colosseum between the Count and Vampa, in which the Count had promised to obtain the release of the bandit Peppino, an engagement which, as our readers are aware, he most faithfully fulfilled. At last he arrived at the adventure of the preceding night, and the embarrassment in which he found himself placed by not having sufficient cash by 600 or 700 piastres to make up the sum required, and finally of his application to the Count and the picturesque and satisfactory result that followed. Albert listened with the most profound attention. Well, said he, when Franz had concluded, what do you find to object to in all you have related? The Count is fond of traveling, and being rich, possesses a vessel of his own. Go but to Portsmouth or Southampton, and you will find the harbors crowded with the yachts belonging to such of the English as can afford the expense, and have the same liking for this amusement. Now, by way of having a resting place during his excursions, avoiding the wretched cookery which has been trying its best to poison me during the last 4 months, while you have manfully resisted its effects for as many years, and obtaining a bed on which it is possible to slumber, Monte Cristo has furnished for himself a temporary abode where you first found him. But, to prevent the possibility of the Tuscan government taking a fancy to his enchanted palace, and thereby depriving him of the advantages naturally expected from so large an outlay of capital, he has wisely enough purchased the island and taken its name. Just ask yourself, my good fellow, whether there are not many persons of our acquaintance who assume the names of lands and properties they never in their lives were masters of. But, said Franz, the Corsican bandits that were among the crew of his vessel. Why, really the thing seems to me simple enough. Nobody knows better than yourself that the bandits of Corsica are not rogues or thieves, but purely and simply fugitives, driven by some sinister motive from their native town or village, and that their fellowship involves no disgrace or stigma. For my own part, I protest that, should I ever go to Corsica, my first visit, ere even I presented myself to the mayor or prefect, should be to the bandits of Columba, if I could only manage to find them, for, on my conscience, they are a race of men I admire greatly. Still, persisted Franz, I suppose you will allow that such men as Vampa and his band are regular villains who have no other motive than plunder when they seize your person. How do you explain the influence the Count evidently possessed over those ruffians? My good friend, as in all probability I own my present safety to that influence, it would ill become me to search too closely into its source. Therefore, instead of condemning him for his intimacy with outlaws, you must give me leave to excuse any little irregularity there may be in such a connection, not altogether for preserving my life. For my own idea was that it never was in much danger, but certainly for saving me 4,000 piastres, which, being translated, means neither more nor less than 24,000 livres of our money, a sum at which, most assuredly, I should never have been estimated in France, proving most indisputably, added Albert with a laugh, that no prophet is honored in his own country. Talking of countries, replied Franz, of what country is the Count? What is his native tongue? Whence does he derive his immense fortune? And what were those events of his early life, a life as marvelous as unknown, that have tinctured his succeeding years with so dark and gloomy a misanthropy? Certainly these are questions that, in your place, I should like to have answered. My dear Franz, replied Albert, when upon receipt of my letter you found the necessity of asking the Count's assistance, you promptly went to him saying, my friend Albert de Morcerf is in danger, help me to deliver him. Was not that nearly what you said? It was. Well then, did he ask you, who is M. Albert de Morcerf? How does he come by his name, his fortune? What are his means of existence? What is his birthplace? Of what country is he a native? Tell me, did he put all these questions to you? I confess he asked me none. No, he merely came and freed me from the hands of Signor Vampa, where, I can assure you, in spite of all my outward appearance of ease and unconcern, I did not very particularly care to remain. Now then, Franz, when, for services so promptly and unhesitatingly rendered, he but asks me in return to do for him what is done daily for any Russian prince or Italian nobleman who may pass through Paris, merely to introduce him into society, would you have me refuse? My good fellow, you must have lost your senses to think it possible I could act with such cold-blooded policy. And this time it must be confessed that, contrary to the usual state of affairs in discussions between the young men, the effective arguments were all on Albert's side. "Well," said Franz with a sigh, "do as you please, my dear Viscount, for your arguments are beyond my powers of refutation. Still, in spite of all, you must admit that this Count of Monte Cristo is a most singular personage." "He is a philanthropist," answered the other, "and no doubt his motive in visiting Paris is to compete for the Monthyan prize given, as you are aware, to whoever shall be proved to have most materially advanced the interests of virtue and humanity. If my vote and interest can obtain it for him, I will readily give him the one and promise the other. And now, my dear Franz, let us talk of something else. Come, shall we take our luncheon and then pay a last visit to St. Peter's?" Franz silently assented, and the following afternoon at 5:30 the young men parted. Albert de Morcerf to return to Paris, and Franz d'Épinay to pass a fortnight at Venice. But ere he entered his traveling carriage, Albert, fearing that his expected guest might forget the engagement he had entered into, placed in the care of a waiter at the hotel a card to be delivered to the Count of Monte Cristo, on which, beneath the name of Viscount Albert de Morcerf, he had written in pencil, 27, Rue du Helder, on the 21st May, 10:30 a.m.
Rome ends on an appointment. Next comes Paris, the 21st of May, Rue du Helder, 10:30. Albert expects a guest. The Count has promised to be exact.
Chapter 39. The Guests. In the house in the Rue du Helder, where Albert had invited the Count of Monte Cristo, everything was being prepared on the morning of the 21st of May to do honor to the occasion. Albert de Morcerf inhabited a pavilion situated at the corner of a large court and directly opposite another building in which were the servants' apartments. 2 windows only of the pavilion faced the street. 3 other windows looked into the court, and 2 at the back into the garden. Between the court and the garden, built in the heavy style of the imperial architecture, was the large and fashionable dwelling of the Count and Countess of Morcerf. A high wall surrounded the whole of the property, surmounted at intervals by vases filled with flowers and broken in the center by a large gate of gilded iron, which served as the carriage entrance. A small door close to the lodge of the concierge gave ingress and egress to the servants and masters when they were on foot. It was easy to discover that the delicate care of a mother unwilling to part from her son, and yet aware that a young man of the Viscount's age required the full exercise of his liberty, had chosen this habitation for Albert. There were not lacking, however, evidences of what we may call the intelligent egoism of a youth who is charmed with the indolent, careless life of an only son, and who lives, as it were, in a gilded cage. By means of the 2 windows looking into the street, Albert could see all that passed. The sight of what is going on is necessary to young men who always want to see the world traverse their horizon, even if that horizon is only a public thoroughfare. Then, should anything appear to merit a more minute examination, Albert de Morcerf could follow up his researches by means of a small gate, similar to that close to the concierge's door, and which merits a particular description. It was a little entrance that seemed never to have been opened since the house was built, so entirely was it covered with dust and dirt, but the well-oiled hinges and locks told quite another story. This door was a mockery to the concierge from whose vigilance and jurisdiction it was free, and like that famous portal in the Arabian Nights opening at the sesame of Ali Baba, it was wont to swing backward at a cabalistic word or a concerted tap from without from the sweetest voices or whitest fingers in the world. At the end of a long corridor with which the door communicated and which formed the antechamber was on the right, Albert's breakfast room looking into the court, and on the left the salon looking into the garden. Shrubs and creeping plants covered the windows and hid from the garden and court these two apartments, the only rooms into which, as they were on the ground floor, the prying eyes of the curious could penetrate. On the floor above were similar rooms with the addition of a third, formed out of the antechamber. These 3 rooms were a salon, a boudoir, and a bedroom. The salon downstairs was only an Algerian divan for the use of smokers. The boudoir upstairs communicated with the bedchamber by an invisible door on the staircase. It was evident that every precaution had been taken. Above this floor was a large atelier, which had been increased in size by pulling down the partitions, a pandemonium in which the artist and the dandy strove for preeminence. There were collected and piled up all Albert's successive caprices, hunting horns, bass viols, flutes, a whole orchestra, for Albert had had not a taste but a fancy for music. Easels, palettes, brushes, pencils for music had been succeeded by painting, foils, boxing gloves, broadswords, and single sticks for, following the example of the fashionable young men of the time, Albert de Morcerf cultivated with far more perseverance than music and drawing the 3 arts that complete a dandy's education, i.e. fencing, boxing, and single stick, and it was here that he received Grisier, Cooks, and Charles Leboucher. The rest of the furniture of this privileged apartment consisted of old cabinets filled with Chinese porcelain and Japanese vases, Luca della Robbia faïences, and Palissy platters of old armchairs in which perhaps had sat Henry IV or Sully, Louis XIII, or Richelieu for 2 of these armchairs, adorned with a carved shield on which were engraved the fleur-de-lis of France on an azure field, evidently came from the Louvre or at least some royal residence. Over these dark and somber chairs were thrown splendid stuffs, dyed beneath Persia's sun, or woven by the fingers of the women of Calcutta or of Chandernagore. What these stuffs did there, it was impossible to say. They awaited, while gratifying the eyes, a destination unknown to their owner himself. In the meantime, they filled the place with their golden and silky reflections. In the center of the room was a Roller and Blanchette baby grand piano in rosewood, but holding the potentialities of an orchestra in its narrow and sonorous cavity and groaning beneath the weight of the chefs d'oeuvre of Beethoven, Weber, Mozart, Haydn, Grétry, and Porpora. On the walls, over the doors, on the ceiling, were swords, daggers, Malay creases, maces, battle axes, gilded, damasked, and inlaid suits of armor, dried plants, minerals, and stuffed birds, their flame-colored wings outspread in motionless flight, and their beaks forever open. This was Albert's favorite lounging place. However, the morning of the appointment, the young man had established himself in the small salon downstairs. There, on a table, surrounded at some distance by a large and luxurious divan, every species of tobacco known, from the yellow tobacco of Petersburg to the black of Sinai, and so on along the scale from Maryland and Puerto Rico to Latakia, was exposed in pots of crackled earthenware of which the Dutch are so fond. Beside them, in boxes of fragrant wood, were ranged, according to their size and quality, puros, regalias, Havanas, and Manillas, and in an open cabinet a collection of German pipes, of chibouks, with their amber mouthpieces ornamented with coral, and of narghiles with their long tubes of Morocco, awaiting the caprice or the sympathy of the smokers. Albert had himself presided at the arrangement, or rather the symmetrical derangement, which, after coffee, the guests at a breakfast of modern days love to contemplate through the vapor that escapes from their mouths and ascends in long and fanciful wreaths to the ceiling. At 9:45, a valet entered. He composed with a little groom named John, and who only spoke English, all Albert's establishment, although the cook of the hotel was always at his service, and on great occasions the Count's chasseur also. This valet, whose name was Germain, and who enjoyed the entire confidence of his young master, held in one hand a number of papers, and in the other a packet of letters, which he gave to Albert. Albert glanced carelessly at the different missives, selected 2 written in a small and delicate hand, and enclosed in scented envelopes, opened them and perused their contents with some attention. "How did these letters come?" said he. "One by the post. Madame Danglars' footman left the other." "Let Madame Danglars know that I accept the place she offers me in her box. Wait then, during the day. Tell Rosa that when I leave the opera I will sup with her as she wishes. Take her 6 bottles of different wine, Cyprus, sherry, and Malaga, and a barrel of Ostend oysters. Get them at Borel's, and be sure you say they are for me. At what o'clock, sir, do you breakfast?" "What time is it now?" 9:45. "Very well, at 10:30. Debray will, perhaps, be obliged to go to the minister, and besides," Albert looked at his tablets, "it is the hour I told the Count, 21st May, at 10:30, and though I do not much rely upon his promise, I wish to be punctual. Is the Countess up yet? If you wish, I will inquire." "Yes, ask her for one of her liqueur cellarettes. Mine is incomplete, and tell her I shall have the honor of seeing her about 3 o'clock, and that I request permission to introduce someone to her." The valet left the room. Albert threw himself on the divan, tore off the cover of 2 or 3 of the papers, looked at the theater announcements, made a face seeing they gave an opera and not a ballet, hunted vainly amongst the advertisements for a new tooth powder of which he had heard, and threw down, one after the other, the 3 leading papers of Paris, muttering, "These papers become more and more stupid every day." A moment after, a carriage stopped before the door, and the servant announced M. Lucien Debray. A tall young man, with light hair, clear gray eyes, and thin and compressed lips, dressed in a blue coat with beautifully carved gold buttons, a white neckcloth, and a tortoise-shell eyeglass suspended by a silken thread, and which, by an effort of the superciliary and zygomatic muscles, he fixed in his eye, entered with a half-official air without smiling or speaking. "Good morning, Lucien. Good morning," said Albert. "Your punctuality really alarms me. What do I say? Punctuality. You, whom I expected last. You arrive at 5 minutes to 10, when the time fixed was half past. Has the ministry resigned? No, my dear fellow, returned the young man, seating himself on the divan. Reassure yourself. We are tottering always, but we never fall, and I begin to believe that we shall pass into a state of immobility, and then the affairs of the peninsula will completely consolidate us. Ah, true, you drive Don Carlos out of Spain. No, no, my dear fellow, do not confound our plans. We take him to the other side of the French frontier and offer him hospitality at Bourges. At Bourges? Yes, he has not much to complain of. Bourges is the capital of Charles VII. Do you not know that all Paris knew it yesterday, and the day before it had already transpired on the Bourse and M. Danglars? I do not know by what means that man contrives to obtain intelligence as soon as we do, made 1 million. And you another order, for I see you have a blue ribbon at your buttonhole. Yes, they sent me the order of Charles III, returned Debray carelessly. Come, do not affect indifference, but confess you were pleased to have it. Oh, it is very well as a finish to the toilet. It looks very neat on a black coat buttoned up, and makes you resemble the Prince of Wales or the Duke of Reichstadt. It is for that reason you see me so early, because you have the order of Charles III, and you wish to announce the good news to me? No, because I passed the night writing letters, 25 dispatches. I returned home at daybreak and strove to sleep, but my head ached and I got up to have a ride for an hour. At the Bois de Boulogne, ennui and hunger attacked me at once, 2 enemies who rarely accompany each other, and who are yet leagued against me, a sort of Carlo-Republican alliance. I then recollected you gave a breakfast this morning, and here I am. I am hungry. Feed me. I am bored. Amuse me. It is my duty as your host, returned Albert, ringing the bell, while Lucien turned over, with his gold-mounted cane, the papers that lay on the table. Germain, a glass of sherry and a biscuit. In the meantime, my dear Lucien, here are cigars, contraband of course, try them, and persuade the minister to sell us such instead of poisoning us with cabbage leaves. Peste! I will do nothing of the kind. The moment they come from government, you would find them execrable. Besides, that does not concern the home, but the financial department. Address yourself to M. Human's section of the indirect contributions, Corridor A, number 26. On my word, said Albert, you astonish me by the extent of your knowledge. Take a cigar. Really, my dear Albert, replied Lucien, lighting a manila at a rose-colored taper that burnt in a beautifully enameled stand. How happy you are to have nothing to do. You do not know your own good fortune. And what would you do, my dear diplomatist? Replied Morcerf with a slight degree of irony in his voice, if you did nothing? What? Private secretary to a minister, plunged at once into European cabals and Parisian intrigues, having kings and, better still, queens to protect, parties to unite, elections to direct, making more use of your cabinet with your pen and your telegraph than Napoleon did of his battlefields with his sword and his victories. possessing 25,000 francs a year besides your place, a horse for which Chateau Renaud offered you 400 louis and which you would not part with, a tailor who never disappoints you with the opera, the jockey club, and other diversions. Can you not amuse yourself? Well, I will amuse you. How? By introducing to you a new acquaintance. A man or a woman? A man. I know so many men already. But you do not know this man. Where does he come from? The end of the world? Farther still, perhaps. The deuce. I hope he does not bring our breakfast with him. Oh no, our breakfast comes from my father's kitchen. Are you hungry? Humiliating as such a confession is, I am. But I dined at M. de Villefort's, and lawyers always give you very bad dinners. You would think they felt some remorse. Did you ever remark that? Ah, depreciate other persons' dinners. You ministers give such splendid ones. Yes, but we do not invite people of fashion. If we were not forced to entertain a parcel of country boobies because they think and vote with us, we should never dream of dining at home, I assure you. Well, take another glass of sherry and another biscuit. Willingly, your Spanish wine is excellent. You see, we were quite right to pacify that country. Yes, but Don Carlos? Well, Don Carlos will drink Bordeaux, and in 10 years we will marry his son to the little queen. You will then obtain the golden fleece if you are still in the ministry. I think, Albert, you have adopted the system of feeding me on smoke this morning. Well, you must allow it is the best thing for the stomach, but I hear Beauchamp in the next room. You can dispute together, and that will pass away the time. About what? About the papers. My dear friend, said Lucien with an air of sovereign contempt, do I ever read the papers? Then you will dispute the more. M. Beauchamp, announced the servant. Come in, said Albert, rising and advancing to meet the young man. Here is Debray, who detests you without reading you, so he says. He is quite right, returned Beauchamp, for I criticize him without knowing what he does. Good day, Commander. Ah, you know that already, said the private secretary, smiling and shaking hands with him. Pardieu. And what do they say of it in the world? In which world? We have so many worlds in the year of grace 1838. In the entire political world of which you are one of the leaders. They say that it is quite fair, and that sowing so much red you ought to reap a little blue. Come, that is not bad, said Lucien. Why do you not join our party, my dear Beauchamp? With your talents, you would make your fortune in 3 or 4 years. I only await one thing before following your advice. That is, a minister who will hold office for 6 months. My dear Albert, one word, for I must give poor Lucien a respite. Do we breakfast or dine? I must go to the chamber, for our life is not an idle one. You only breakfast. I await 2 persons, and the instant they arrive we shall sit down to table. Chapter 40. the breakfast. And what sort of persons do you expect to breakfast? Said Beauchamp. A gentleman and a diplomatist. Then we shall have to wait 2 hours for the gentleman and 3 for the diplomatist. I shall come back to dessert. Keep me some strawberries, coffee, and cigars. I shall take a cutlet on my way to the chamber. Do not do anything of the sort, for were the gentleman a Montmorency and the diplomatist a Metternich, we will breakfast at 11. In the meantime, follow Debray's example and take a glass of sherry and a biscuit. Be it so. I will stay. I must do something to distract my thoughts. You are like Debray, and yet it seems to me that when the minister is out of spirits, the opposition ought to be joyous. Ah, you do not know with what I am threatened. I shall hear this morning that Monsieur Danglars make a speech at the Chamber of Deputies, and at his wife's this evening I shall hear the tragedy of a peer of France. The devil take the constitutional government, and since we had our choice, as they say, at least, how could we choose that? I understand you must lay in a stock of hilarity. Do not run down M. Danglars' speeches, said Debray. He votes for you, for he belongs to the opposition. Pardieu, that is exactly the worst of all. I am waiting until you send him to speak at the Luxembourg, to laugh at my ease. My dear friend, said Albert to Beauchamp, it is plain that the affairs of Spain are settled, for you are most desperately out of humor this morning. Recollect that Parisian gossip has spoken of a marriage between myself and Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars. I cannot in conscience, therefore, let you run down the speeches of a man who will one day say to me, Vicomte, you know I give my daughter 2 millions. Ah, this marriage will never take place, said Beauchamp. The king has made him a baron and can make him a peer, but he cannot make him a gentleman, and the Count of Morcerf is too aristocratic to consent, for the paltry sum of 2 million francs, to a mésalliance. The Viscount of Morcerf can only wed a marchioness. But 2 million francs make a nice little sum, replied Morcerf. It is the social capital of a theater on the boulevard, or a railroad from the Jardin des Plantes to La Râpée. Never mind what he says, Morcerf, said Debray. Do you marry her? You marry a money-bag label, it is true. Well, but what does that matter? It is better to have a blazon less and a figure more on it. You have 7 martlets on your arms. Give 3 to your wife, and you will still have 4. That is 1 more than M. de Guise had, who so nearly became King of France, and whose cousin was Emperor of Germany. On my word, I think you are right, Lucien, said Albert absently. To be sure. Besides, every millionaire is as noble as a bastard, that is, he can be. Do not say that, Debray, returned Beauchamp, laughing, for here is Chateau Renaud, who, to cure you of your mania for paradoxes, will pass the sword of Renaud de Montauban, his ancestor, through your body. He will sully it then, returned Lucien, for I am low, very low. Oh, heavens, cried Beauchamp. The minister quotes Béranger. What shall we come to next? M. de Chateau Renaud, M. Maximilian Morel, said the servant, announcing 2 fresh guests. Now then, to breakfast, said Beauchamp. For if I remember, you told me you only expected 2 persons, Albert. Morel, muttered Albert. Morel, who is he? But before he had finished, Mieux de Chateau Renaud, a handsome young man of 30, gentleman all over, that is, with the figure of a Guiche and the wit of a Mortemart, took Albert's hand. My dear Albert, said he, let me introduce to you M. Maximilian Morel, captain of Spahis, my friend, and what is more, however, the man speaks for himself, my preserver. Salute my hero, Viscount, and he stepped on one side to give place to a young man of refined and dignified bearing, with large and open brow, piercing eyes and black mustache, whom our readers have already seen at Marseille under circumstances sufficiently dramatic not to be forgotten. A rich uniform, half French, half Oriental, set off his graceful and stalwart figure, and his broad chest was decorated with the Order of the Legion of Honor. The young officer bowed with easy and elegant politeness. Monsieur, said Albert with affectionate courtesy. The Count of Chateau Renaud knew how much pleasure this introduction would give me. You are his friend, be ours also. Well said, interrupted Chateau Renaud, and pray that if you should ever be in a similar predicament, he may do as much for you as he did for me. What has he done? Asked Albert. Oh, nothing worth speaking of, said Morel. M. de Chateau Renaud exaggerates. Not worth speaking of, cried Chateau Renaud. Life is not worth speaking of. That is rather too philosophical, on my word, Morel. It is very well for you, who risk your life every day, but for me, who only did so once. We gather from all this, Baron, that Captain Morel saved your life. Exactly so. On what occasion? Asked Beauchamp. Beauchamp, my good fellow, you know I am starving, said Debray. Do not set him off on some long story. Well, I do not prevent your sitting down to table, replied Beauchamp. Chateau Renaud can tell us while we eat our breakfast. Gentlemen, said Morcerf, it is only 10:15, and I expect someone else. Ah, true, a diplomatist, observed Debray. Diplomat or not, I don't know. I only know that he charged himself on my account with a mission, which he terminated so entirely to my satisfaction that, had I been king, I should have instantly created him knight of all my orders, even had I been able to offer him the golden fleece and the garter. Well, since we are not to sit down to table, said Debray, take a glass of sherry and tell us all about it. You all know that I had the fancy of going to Africa. It is a road your ancestors have traced for you, said Albert gallantly. Yes, but I doubt that your object was like theirs to rescue the Holy Sepulchre. You are quite right, Beauchamp, observed the young aristocrat. It was only to fight as an amateur. I cannot bear dueling ever since 2 seconds whom I had chosen to arrange an affair forced me to break the arm of one of my best friends, one whom you all know, poor Franz d'Épinay. Ah, true, said Debray. You did fight some time ago, about what? The devil take me if I remember, returned Chateau Renaud. But I recollect perfectly one thing, that being unwilling to let such talents as mine sleep, I wished to try upon the Arabs the new pistols that had been given to me. In consequence, I embarked for Oran and went from thence to Constantine, where I arrived just in time to witness the raising of the siege. I retreated with the rest for 48 hours. I endured the rain during the day and the cold during the night tolerably well, but the third morning my horse died of cold. Poor brute, accustomed to be covered up and to have a stove in the stable, the Arabian finds himself unable to bear 10 degrees of cold in Arabia. That's why you want to purchase my English horse, said Debray. You think he will bear the cold better? You are mistaken, for I have made a vow never to return to Africa. You were very much frightened then? Asked Beauchamp. Well, yes, and I had good reason to be so, replied Chateau Renaud. I was retreating on foot, for my horse was dead. 6 Arabs came up, full gallop, to cut off my head. I shot 2 with my double-barreled gun and 2 more with my pistols, but I was then disarmed, and 2 were still left. One seized me by the hair. That is why I now wear it so short, for no one knows what may happen. The other swung a yacht again, and I already felt the cold steel on my neck when this gentleman whom you see here charged them, shot the one who held me by the hair, and cleft the skull of the other with his saber. He had assigned himself the task of saving a man's life that day. Chance caused that man to be myself. When I am rich, I will order a statue of Chance from Clagman or Marocchetti. Yes, said Morel, smiling. It was the 5th of September, the anniversary of the day on which my father was miraculously preserved. Therefore, as far as it lies in my power, I endeavor to celebrate it by some heroic action, interrupted Chateau Renaud. I was chosen, but that is not all. After rescuing me from the sword, he rescued me from the cold, not by sharing his cloak with me like Saint Martin, but by giving me the whole, then from hunger by sharing with me, guess what? A Strasbourg pie? Asked Beauchamp. No, his horse, of which we each of us ate a slice with a hearty appetite. It was very hard. The horse? Said Morcerf, laughing. No, the sacrifice, returned Chateau Renaud. Asked Debray if he would sacrifice his English steed for a stranger. Not for a stranger, said Debray, but for a friend I might, perhaps. I divined that you would become mine, Count, replied Morel. Besides, as I had the honor to tell you, heroism or not, sacrifice or not, that day I owed an offering to bad fortune in recompense for the favors good fortune had on other days granted to us. The history to which M. Morel alludes, continued Chateau Renaud, is an admirable one, which he will tell you some day when you are better acquainted with him. Today let us fill our stomachs and not our memories. What time do you breakfast, Albert? At 10:30. Precisely? Asked Debray, taking out his watch. Oh, you will give me 5 minutes' grace, replied Morcerf, for I also expect a preserver. Of whom? Of myself, cried Morcerf. Parbleu, do you think I cannot be saved as well as anyone else, and that there are only Arabs who cut off heads? Our breakfast is a philanthropic one, and we shall have at table at least, I hope so, 2 benefactors of humanity. What shall we do? Said Debray. We have only 1 Monthyon prize. Well, It will be given to someone who has done nothing to deserve it, said Beauchamp. That is the way the Academy mostly escapes from the dilemma. And where does he come from? Asked Debray. You have already answered the question once, but so vaguely that I venture to put it a second time. Really, said Albert, I do not know. When I invited him 3 months ago, he was then at Rome, but since that time who knows where he may have gone. And you think him capable of being exact? Demanded Debray. I think him capable of everything. Well, with the 5 minutes' grace, we have only 10 left. I will profit by them to tell you something about my guest. I beg pardon, interrupted Beauchamp. Are there any materials for an article in what you are going to tell us? Yes, and for a most curious one. Go on then, for I see I shall not get to the chamber this morning, and I must make up for it. I was at Rome during the last carnival. We know that, said Beauchamp. Yes, but what you do not know is that I was carried off by bandits. There are no bandits, cried Debray. Yes, there are, and most hideous, or rather most admirable ones, for I found them ugly enough to frighten me. Come, my dear Albert, said Debray, confess that your cook is behindhand, that the oysters have not arrived from Ostend or Marennes, and that, like Madame de Maintenon, you are going to replace the dish by a story. Say so at once. We are sufficiently well-bred to excuse you, and to listen to your history, fabulous as it promises to be. And I say to you, fabulous as it may seem, I tell it as a true one from beginning to end. The brigands had carried me off and conducted me to a gloomy spot called the Catacombs of Saint Sebastian. I know it, said Chateau Renaud. I narrowly escaped catching a fever there. And I did more than that, replied Morcerf, for I caught one. I was informed that I was prisoner until I paid the sum of 4,000 Roman crowns, about 24,000 francs. Unfortunately, I had not above 1,500. I was at the end of my journey and of my credit. I wrote to Franz, and were he here, he would confirm every word I wrote then to Franz, that if he did not come with the 4,000 crowns before 6, at 10 minutes past, I should have gone to join the blessed saints and glorious martyrs in whose company I had the honor of being, and Signor Luigi Vampa, such was the name of the chief of these bandits, would have scrupulously kept his word. But Franz did come with the 4,000 crowns, said Chateau Renaud. A man whose name is Franz d'Epinay or Albert de Morcerf has not much difficulty in procuring them. No, he arrived accompanied simply by the guest I am going to present to you. Ah, this gentleman is a Hercules killing Cacus, a Perseus freeing Andromeda. No, he is a man about my own size, armed to the teeth. He had not even a knitting needle, but he paid your ransom. He said 2 words to the chief, and I was free. And they apologized to him for having carried you off, said Beauchamp. Just so. Why, he is a second Ariosto. No, his name is the Count of Monte Cristo. There is no Count of Monte Cristo, said Debray. I do not think so, added Chateau Renaud with the air of a man who knows the whole of the European nobility perfectly. Does anyone know anything of a Count of Monte Cristo? He comes possibly from the Holy Land, and one of his ancestors possessed Calvary, as the Mortemarts did the Dead Sea. I think I can assist your researches, said Maximilian. Monte Cristo is a little island I have often heard spoken of by the old sailors my father employed, a grain of sand in the center of the Mediterranean, an atom in the infinite. Precisely, cried Albert. Well, he of whom I speak is the lord and master of this grain of sand, of this atom. He has purchased the title of Count somewhere in Tuscany. He is rich, then? I believe so. But that ought to be visible. That is what deceives you, Debray. I do not understand you. Have you read the Arabian Nights? What a question. Well, do you know if the persons you see there are rich or poor, if their sacks of wheat are not rubies or diamonds? They seem like poor fishermen, and suddenly they open some mysterious cavern filled with the wealth of the Indies, which means that my Count of Monte Cristo is one of those fishermen. He has even a name taken from the book, since he calls himself Sinbad the Sailor, and has a cave filled with gold. And you have seen this cavern, Morcerf? Asked Beauchamp. No, but Franz has. For heaven's sake, not a word of this before him. Franz went in with his eyes blindfolded, and was waited on by mutes and by women to whom Cleopatra was a painted strumpet. Only he is not quite sure about the women, for they did not come in until after he had taken hashish, so that what he took for women might have been simply a row of statues. The two young men looked at Morcerf as if to say, "Are you mad, or are you laughing at us?" "And I also," said Morrel thoughtfully, "have heard something like this from an old sailor named Penelon." "Ah," cried Albert, "it is very lucky that M. Morrel comes to aid me. You are vexed, are you not, that he thus gives a clue to the labyrinth?" "My dear Albert," said Debray, "what you tell us is so extraordinary." "Ah, because your ambassadors and your consuls do not tell you of them. They have no time. They are too much taken up with interfering in the affairs of their countrymen who travel. Now you get angry and attack our poor agents. How will you have them protect you? The chamber cuts down their salaries every day, so that now they have scarcely any. Will you be ambassador, Albert? I will send you to Constantinople. No, lest on the first demonstration I make in favor of Mehemet Ali, the Sultan send me the bowstring and make my secretaries strangle me. You say very true, responded Debray. Yes, said Albert, but this has nothing to do with the existence of the Count of Monte Cristo. Pardieu, everyone exists, doubtless, but not in the same way. Everyone has not black slaves, a princely retinue, an arsenal of weapons that would do credit to an Arabian fortress, horses that cost 6,000 francs apiece, and Greek mistresses. Have you seen the Greek mistress? I have both seen and heard her. I saw her at the theater and heard her one morning when I breakfasted with the Count. He eats then? Yes, but so little it can hardly be called eating. He must be a vampire. Laugh if you will. The The Countess G., who knew Lord Ruthven, declared that the Count was a vampire. Ah, capital, said Beauchamp. For a man not connected with newspapers, here is the pendant to the famous sea serpent of the Constitutionnel. Wild eyes, the iris of which contracts or dilates at pleasure, said Debray. Facial angles strongly developed, magnificent forehead, livid complexion, black beard, sharp and white teeth, politeness unexceptionable. Just so, Lucien, returned Morcerf. You have described him feature for feature. Yes, keen and cutting politeness. This man has often made me shudder, and one day when we were viewing an execution, I thought I should faint, more from hearing the cold and calm manner in which he spoke of every description of torture than from the sight of the executioner and the culprit. Did he not conduct you to the ruins of the Colosseum and suck your blood? Asked Beauchamp. Or, having delivered you, make you sign a flaming parchment, surrendering your soul to him as Esau did his birthright? Rail on at your ease, gentlemen, said Morcerf, somewhat piqued. When I look at you Parisians, idlers on the Boulevard de Gand or the Bois de Boulogne, and think of this man, it seems to me we are not of the same race. I am highly flattered, returned Beauchamp. At the same time, added Chateau Renaud, your Count of Monte Cristo is a very fine fellow, always accepting his little arrangements with the Italian banditti. There are no Italian banditti, said Debray. No vampire, cried Beauchamp. No Count of Monte Cristo, added Debray. There is 10:30 striking, Albert. Confess you have dreamed this, and let us sit down to breakfast, continued Beauchamp. But the sound of the clock had not died away when Germain announced His Excellency the Count of Monte Cristo. The involuntary start everyone gave proved how much Morcerf's narrative had impressed them, and Albert himself could not wholly refrain from manifesting sudden emotion. He had not heard a carriage stop in the street, or steps in the antechamber. The door had itself opened noiselessly. The Count appeared dressed with the greatest simplicity, but the most fastidious dandy could have found nothing to cavil at in his toilet. Every article of dress, hat, coat, gloves, and boots, was from the first makers. He seemed scarcely 35, but what struck everybody was his extreme resemblance to the portrait Debray had drawn. The Count advanced, smiling, into the center of the room and approached Albert, who hastened towards him holding out his hand in a ceremonial manner. Punctuality, said Monte Cristo, is the politeness of kings, according to one of your sovereigns, I think, but it is not the same with travelers. However, I hope you will excuse the 2 or 3 seconds I am behindhand. 500 leagues are not to be accomplished without some trouble, and especially in France, where, it seems, it is forbidden to beat the postilions. My dear Count, replied Albert, I was announcing your visit to some of my friends, whom I had invited in consequence of the promise you did me the honor to make, and whom I now present to you. They are the Count of Chateau Renaud, whose nobility goes back to the 12 peers, and whose ancestors had a place at the Round Table, M. Lucien Debray, private secretary to the Minister of the Interior, M. Beauchamp, an editor of a paper, and the terror of the French government, but of whom, in spite of his national celebrity, You perhaps have not heard in Italy, since his paper is prohibited there, and M. Maximilian Morel, captain of Spahis. At this name the Count, who had hitherto saluted everyone with courtesy, but at the same time with coldness and formality, stepped a pace forward, and a slight tinge of red colored his pale cheeks. "You wear the uniform of the new French conquerors, monsieur," said he. "It is a handsome uniform." No one could have said what caused the Count's voice to vibrate so deeply, and what made his eye flash, which was in general so clear, lustrous, and limpid when he pleased. "You have never seen our Africans, Count?" said Albert. "Never," replied the Count, who was by this time perfectly master of himself again. "Well, beneath this uniform beats one of the bravest and noblest hearts in the whole army." "Oh, M. de Morcerf," interrupted Morel. "Let me go on, Captain." "And we have just heard," continued Albert, "of a new deed of his, and so heroic a one, that although I have seen him today for the first time, I request you to allow me to introduce him as my friend." At these words, it was still possible to observe in Monte Cristo the concentrated look, changing color, and slight trembling of the eyelid that show emotion. "Ah, you have a noble heart," said the Count, "so much the better." This exclamation, which corresponded to the Count's own thought rather than to what Albert was saying, surprised everybody, and especially Morel, who looked at Monte Cristo with wonder. But at the same time, the intonation was so soft that, however strange the speech might seem, it was impossible to be offended at it. "Why should he doubt it?" said Beauchamp to Chateau Renaud. "In reality," replied the latter, who, with his aristocratic glance and his knowledge of the world, had penetrated at once all that was penetrable in Monte Cristo, "Albert has not deceived us, for the Count is a most singular being. What say you, Morel?" "Ma foi, he has an open look about him that pleases me, in spite of the singular remark he has made about me." "Gentlemen," said Albert, "Germain informs me that breakfast is ready. My dear Count, allow me to show you the way." They passed silently into the breakfast room, and everyone took his place. "Gentlemen," said the Count, seating himself, "permit me to make a confession which must form my excuse for any improprieties I may commit. I am a stranger, and a stranger to such a degree that this is the first time I have ever been at Paris. The French way of living is utterly unknown to me, and up to the present time I have followed the Eastern customs, which are entirely in contrast to the Parisian. I beg you, therefore, to excuse if you find anything in me too Turkish, too Italian, or too Arabian. Now then, let us breakfast." "With what an air he says all this," muttered Beauchamp. "Decidedly he is a great man." "A great man in his own country," added Debray. "A great man in every country, M. Debray," said Chateau Renaud. The Count was, it may be remembered, a most temperate guest. Albert remarked this, expressing his fears lest, at the outset, the Parisian mode of life should displease the traveler in the most essential point. "My dear Count," said he, "I fear one thing, and that is that the fare of the Rue du Helder is not so much to your taste as that of the Piazza di Spagna. I ought to have consulted you on the point, and have had some dishes prepared expressly." "Did you know me better?" returned the Count, smiling. "You would not give one thought of such a thing for a traveler like myself, who has successively lived on macaroni at Naples, polenta at Milan, olla podrida at Valencia, pilau at Constantinople, curry in India, and swallows' nests in China. I eat everywhere, and of everything, only I eat but little, and today that you reproach me with my want of appetite is my day of appetite, for I have not eaten since yesterday morning." "What?" cried all the guests. "You have not eaten for 24 hours?" "No," replied the Count. "I was forced to go out of my road to obtain some information near Nimes, so that I was somewhat late, and therefore I did not choose to stop." "And you ate in your carriage?" asked Morcerf. "No, I slept, as I generally do when I'm weary without having the courage to amuse myself, or when I'm hungry without feeling inclined to eat." "But you can sleep when you please, monsieur," said Morel. "Yes." "You have a recipe for it?" "An infallible one. That would be invaluable to us in Africa, who have not always any food to eat and rarely anything to drink." "Yes," said Monte Cristo, "but unfortunately, a recipe excellent for a man like myself would be very dangerous applied to an army which might not awake when it was needed." "May we inquire what is this recipe?" asked Debray. "Oh, yes," returned Monte Cristo. "I make no secret of it. It is a mixture of excellent opium, which I fetched myself from Canton in order to have it pure, and the best hashish which grows in the east, that is, between the Tigris and the Euphrates. These two ingredients are mixed in equal proportions and formed into pills. 10 minutes after one is taken, the effect is produced. Ask Baron Franz d'Épinay. I think he tasted them one day." "Yes," replied Morcerf. "He said something about it to me." "But," said Beauchamp, who, as became a journalist, was very incredulous, "you always carry this drug about you?" "Always." "Would it be an indiscretion to ask to see those precious pills?" continued Beauchamp, hoping to take him at a disadvantage. "No, monsieur," returned the Count, and he drew from his pocket a marvelous casket formed out of a single emerald and closed by a golden lid, which unscrewed and gave passage to a small greenish-colored pellet about the size of a pea. This ball had an acrid and penetrating odor. There were 4 or 5 more in the emerald, which would contain about a dozen. The casket passed around the table, but it was more to examine the admirable emerald than to see the pills that it passed from hand to hand. "And is it your cook who prepares these pills?" asked Beauchamp. "Oh, no, monsieur," replied Monte Cristo. "I do not thus betray my enjoyments to the vulgar. I am a tolerable chemist, and prepare my pills myself. This is a magnificent emerald, and the largest I have ever seen," said Chateau Renaud, "although my mother has some remarkable family jewels." "I had 3 similar ones," returned Monte Cristo. "I gave one to the Sultan, who mounted it in his saber, another to our Holy Father the Pope, who had it set in his tiara, opposite to one nearly as large, though not so fine, given by the Emperor Napoleon to his predecessor Pius VII. I kept the 3rd for myself, and I had it hollowed out, which reduced its value, but rendered it more commodious for the purpose I intended. Everyone looked at Monte Cristo with astonishment. He spoke with so much simplicity that it was evident he spoke the truth or that he was mad. However, the sight of the emerald made them naturally inclined to the former belief. And what did these 2 sovereigns give you in exchange for these magnificent presents? Asked Debray. The Sultan, the liberty of a woman, replied the Count, the Pope, the life of a man, so that once in my life I have been as powerful as if heaven had brought me into the world on the steps of a throne. And it was Peppino you saved, was it not? Cried Morcerf. It was for him that you obtained pardon. Perhaps, returned the Count, smiling. My dear Count, you have no idea what pleasure it gives me to hear you speak thus, said Morcerf. I had announced you beforehand to my friends as an enchanter of the Arabian Nights, a wizard of the Middle Ages. But the Parisians are so subtle in paradoxes that they mistake for caprices of the imagination the most incontestable truths, when these truths do not form a part of their daily existence. For example, here is Debray who reads, and Beauchamp who prints every day, a member of the Jockey Club has been stopped and robbed on the boulevard. 4 persons have been assassinated in the Rue Saint-Denis or the Faubourg Saint-Germain. 10, 15, or 20 thieves have been arrested in a café on the Boulevard du Temple or in the Thermes de Julien. And yet these same men deny the existence of the bandits in the Maremma, the Campagna di Romana, or the Pontine Marshes. Tell them yourself that I was taken by bandits, and that without your generous intercession, I should now have been sleeping in the catacombs of Saint Sebastian instead of receiving them in my humble abode in the Rue du Helder. Ah, said Monte Cristo, you promised me never to mention that circumstance. It was not I who made that promise, cried Morcerf. It must have been someone else whom you have rescued in the same manner and whom you have forgotten. Pray speak of it, for I shall not only, I trust, relate the little I do know, but also a great deal I do not know. It seems to me, returned the Count, smiling, that you played a sufficiently important part to know as well as myself what happened. Well, you promise me, if I tell all I know, to relate in your turn all that I do not know. That is but fair, replied Monte Cristo. Well, said Morcerf, for 3 days I believed myself the object of the attentions of a mask whom I took for a descendant of Tullia or Poppaea, while I was simply the object of the attentions of a contadina, and I say contadina to avoid saying peasant girl. What I know is that, like a fool, a greater fool than he of whom I spoke just now, I mistook for this peasant girl a young bandit of 15 or 16 with a beardless chin and slim waist, and who, just as I was about to imprint a chaste salute on his lips, placed a pistol to my head, and aided by 7 or 8 others, led, or rather dragged me, to the catacombs of Saint Sebastian, where I found a highly educated brigand chief perusing Caesar's commentaries, and who deigned to leave off reading to inform me that unless the next morning before 6 o'clock 4,000 piastres were paid into his account at his banker's, at 6:15 I should have ceased to exist. The letter is still to be seen, for it is in Franz d'Épinay's possession, signed by me, and with a postscript of M. Luigi Vampa. This is all I know, but I know not, Count, how you contrive to inspire so much respect in the bandits of Rome who ordinarily have so little respect for anything. I assure you, Franz and I were lost in admiration. Nothing more simple, returned the Count. I had known the famous Vampa for more than 10 years. When he was quite a child and only a shepherd, I gave him a few gold pieces for showing me my way, and he, in order to repay me, gave me a poniard, the hilt of which he had carved with his own hand, and which you may have seen in my collection of arms. In after years, whether he had forgotten this interchange of presents which ought to have cemented our friendship, or whether he did not recollect me, he sought to take me, but on the contrary, it was I who captured him and a dozen of his band. I might have handed him over to Roman justice, which is somewhat expeditious, and which would have been particularly so with him, but I did nothing of the sort. I suffered him and his band to depart. With the condition that they should sin no more, said Beauchamp, laughing. I see they kept their promise. No, monsieur, returned Monte Cristo, upon the simple condition that they should respect myself and my friends. Perhaps what I am about to say may seem strange to you who are socialists and vaunt humanity and your duty to your neighbor, but I never seek to protect a society which does not protect me, and which I will even say generally occupies itself about me only to injure me, and thus by giving them a low place in my esteem and preserving a neutrality towards them, it is society and my neighbor who are indebted to me. Bravo, cried Chateau Renaud. You are the first man I ever met sufficiently courageous to preach egotism. Bravo, Count. Bravo. It is frank, at least, said Morel. But I am sure that the Count does not regret having once deviated from the principles he has so boldly avowed. How have I deviated from those principles, monsieur? Asked Monte Cristo, who could not help looking at Morel with so much intensity that 2 or 3 times the young man had been unable to sustain that clear and piercing glance. Why, it seems to me, replied Morel, that in delivering M. de Morcerf, whom you did not know, you did good to your neighbor and to society, of which he is the brightest ornament, said Beauchamp, drinking off a glass of champagne. My dear Count, cried Morcerf, you are at fault, you, one of the most formidable logicians I know, and you must see it clearly proved that instead of being an egotist, you are a philanthropist. Ah, you call yourself Oriental. A Levantine, Maltese, Indian, Chinese, your family name is Monte Cristo. Sinbad the Sailor is your baptismal appellation. And yet the first day you set foot in Paris, you instinctively display the greatest virtue, or rather the chief defect, of us eccentric Parisians, that is, you assume the vices you have not, and conceal the virtues you possess. My dear Vicomte, returned Monte Cristo, I do not see in all I have done anything that merits, either from you or these gentlemen, the pretended eulogies I have received. You were no stranger to me, for I knew you from the time I gave up 2 rooms to you, invited you to breakfast with me, lent you one of my carriages, witnessed the carnival in your company, and saw with you from a window in the Piazza del Popolo the execution that affected you so much that you nearly fainted. I will appeal to any of these gentlemen. Could I leave my guest in the hands of a hideous bandit, as you term him? Besides, you know, I had the idea that you could introduce me into some of the Paris salons when I came to France. You might some time ago have looked upon this resolution as a vague project, but today you see it was a reality, and you must submit to it under penalty of breaking your word. I will keep it, returned Morcerf, but I fear that you will be much disappointed, accustomed as you are to picturesque events and fantastic horizons, amongst us you will not meet with any of those episodes with which your adventurous existence has so familiarized you. Our Chimborazo is Montmartre, our Himalaya is Mount Valérien, our great desert is the plain of Grenelle, where they are now boring an artesian well to water the caravans. We have plenty of thieves, though not so many as is said, but these thieves stand in far more dread of a policeman than a lord. France is so prosaic, and Paris so civilized a city, that you will not find in its 85 departments, I say 85, because I do not include Corsica, you will not find then in these 85 departments a single hill on which there is not a telegraph, or a grotto in which the commissary of police has not put up a gas lamp. There is but one service I can render you, and for that I place myself entirely at your orders, that is, to present or make my friends present you everywhere. Besides, you have no need of anyone to introduce you with your name and your fortune and your talent. Monte Cristo bowed with a somewhat ironical smile. You can present yourself everywhere and be well received. I can be useful in one way only, if knowledge of Parisian habits, of the means of rendering yourself comfortable, or of the bazaars can assist. You may depend upon me to find you a fitting dwelling here. I do not dare offer to share my apartments with you, as I shared yours at Rome. I, who do not profess egotism, but am yet egotist par excellence, for, except myself, these rooms would not hold a shadow more, unless that shadow were feminine. Ah, said the Count, that is a most conjugal reservation. I recollect that at Rome you said something of a projected marriage. May I congratulate you? The affair is still in projection, and he who says in projection means already decided, said Debray. No, replied Morcerf. My father is most anxious about it, and I hope ere long to introduce you, if not to my wife, at least to my betrothed, Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars. Eugénie Danglars, said Monte Cristo. Tell me, is not her father Baron Danglars? Yes, returned Morcerf, a baron of a new creation. What matter, said Monte Cristo, if he has rendered the state services which merit this distinction? Enormous ones, answered Beauchamp. Although in reality a liberal, he negotiated a loan of 6 millions for Charles X in 1829, who made him a baron and chevalier of the Legion of Honor, so that he wears the ribbon, not, as you would think, in his waistcoat pocket, but at his buttonhole. Ah, interrupted Morcerf, laughing. Beauchamp, keep that for the corsair or the charivari, but spare my future father-in-law before me. Then, turning to Monte Cristo, you just now spoke his name as if you knew the Baron. I do not know him, returned Monte Cristo, but I shall probably soon make his acquaintance, for I have a credit opened with him by the house of Richard and Blount of London, Arstein and Aeschylus of Vienna, and Thomson and French at Rome. As he pronounced the two last names, the Count glanced at Maximilian Morrel. If the stranger expected to produce an effect on Morrel, he was not mistaken. Maximilian started as if he had been electrified. Thomson and French, said he. Do you know this house, monsieur? They are my bankers in the capital of the Christian world, returned the Count quietly. Can my influence with them be of any service to you? Oh, Count, you could assist me perhaps in researches which have been, up to the present, fruitless. This house in past years did ours a great service, and has, I know not for what reason, always denied having rendered us this service. I shall be at your orders, said Monte Cristo, bowing. But, continued Morcerf, apropos of Danglars, we have strangely wandered from the subject. We were speaking of a suitable habitation for the Count of Monte Cristo. Come, gentlemen, let us all propose some place. Where shall we lodge this new guest in our great capital? Faubourg Saint-Germain, said Chateau Renaud. The Count will find there a charming hotel with a court and garden. Pah, Chateau Renaud, returned Debray. You only know your dull and gloomy Faubourg Saint-Germain. Do not pay any attention to him. Count live in the Chaussée d'Antin. That's the real center of Paris. Boulevard de l'Opéra, said Beauchamp. The second floor, a house with a balcony. The Count will have his cushions of silver cloth brought there, and as he smokes his chibouk, see all Paris pass before him. You have no idea, then, Morel? Asked Chateau Renaud. You do not propose anything. Oh, yes, returned the young man, smiling. On the contrary, I have one, but I expected the Count would be tempted by one of the brilliant proposals made him. Yet, as he has not replied to any of them, I will venture to offer him a suite of apartments in a charming hotel in the Pompadour style that my sister has inhabited for a year in the Rue Meslay. You have a sister? Asked the Count. Yes, monsieur, a most excellent sister. Married? Nearly 9 years. Happy? Asked the Count again. As happy as it is permitted to a human creature to be, replied Maximilian. She married the man she loved, who remained faithful to us in our fallen fortunes, Emmanuel Herbout. Monte Cristo smiled imperceptibly. I lived there during my leave of absence, continued Maximilian, and I shall be, together with my brother-in-law Emmanuel, at the disposition of the Count whenever he thinks fit to honor us. 1 minute, cried Albert, without giving Monte Cristo the time to reply. Take care. You are going to immure a traveler, Sinbad the sailor, a man who comes to see Paris. You are going to make a patriarch of him. Oh, no, said Morel. My sister is 25. My brother-in-law is 30. They are gay, young, and happy. Besides, the Count will be in his own house, and only see them when he thinks fit to do so. Thanks, monsieur, said Monte Cristo. I shall content myself with being presented to your sister and her husband if you will do me the honor to introduce me, but I cannot accept the offer of any one of these gentlemen, since my habitation is already prepared. What? Cried Morcerf. You are then going to a hotel that will be very dull for you. Was I so badly lodged at Rome? Said Monte Cristo, smiling. Parbleu, at Rome, you spent 50,000 piastres in furnishing your apartments, but I presume that you are not disposed to spend a similar sum every day. It is not that which deterred me, replied Monte Cristo, but as I determined to have a house to myself, I sent on my valet de chambre, and he ought by this time to have bought the house and furnished it. But you have, then, a valet de chambre who knows Paris? Said Beauchamp. It is the first time he has ever been in Paris. He is black and cannot speak, returned Monte Cristo. "It is Ali," cried Albert, in the midst of the general surprise. "Yes, Ali himself, my Nubian mute whom you saw, I think, at Rome." "Certainly," said Morcerf, "I recollect him perfectly. But how could you charge a Nubian to purchase a house and a mute to furnish it? He will do everything wrong." "Undeceive yourself, monsieur," replied Monte Cristo. "I am quite sure that on the contrary he will choose everything as I wish. He knows my tastes, my caprices, my wants. He has been here a week with the instinct of a hound hunting by himself. He will arrange everything for me. He knew that I should arrive today at 10 o'clock. He was waiting for me at 9 at the Barrière de Fontainebleau. He gave me this paper. It contains the number of my new abode. Read it yourself." And Monte Cristo passed a paper to Albert. "Ah, that is really original," said Beauchamp. "And very princely," added Chateau Renaud. "What? Do you not know your house?" asked Debray. "No," said Monte Cristo. "I told you I did not wish to be behind my time. I dressed myself in the carriage and descended at the Viscount's door." The young men looked at each other. They did not know if it was a comedy Monte Cristo was playing, but every word he uttered had such an air of simplicity that it was impossible to suppose what he said was false. Besides, why should he tell a falsehood? "We must content ourselves, then," said Beauchamp, "with rendering the Count all the little services in our power. I, in my quality of journalist, open all the theaters to him." "Thanks, monsieur," returned Monte Cristo. "My steward has orders to take a box at each theater." "Is your steward also a Nubian?" asked Debray. "No, he is a countryman of yours, if a Corsican is a countryman of anyone's. But you know him, M. de Morcerf. Is it that excellent M. Bertuccio who understands hiring windows so well?" "Yes, you saw him the day I had the honor of receiving you. He has been a soldier, a smuggler, in fact, everything. I would not be quite sure that he has not been mixed up with the police for some trifle, a stab with a knife, for instance. And you have chosen this honest citizen for your steward," said Debray. "Of how much does he rob you every year?" "On my word," replied the Count, "not more than another. I am sure he answers my purpose, knows no impossibility, and so I keep him." "Then," continued Chateau Renaud, "since you have an establishment, a steward, and a hotel in the Champs-Élysées, you only want a mistress." Albert smiled. He thought of the fair Greek he had seen in the Count's box at the Argentina and Valle theaters. "I have something better than that," said Monte Cristo. "I have a slave. You procure your mistresses from the opera, the vaudeville, or the varietés. I purchased mine at Constantinople. It cost me more, but I have nothing to fear." "But you forget," replied Debray, laughing, "that we are Franks by name and Franks by nature, as King Charles said, and that the moment she puts her foot in France, your slave becomes free." "Who will tell her?" "The first person who sees her. She only speaks Romaic." "That is different. But at least we shall see her," said Beauchamp. "Or do you keep eunuchs as well as mutes?" "Oh, no," replied Monte Cristo. "I do not carry brutalism so far. Everyone who surrounds me is free to quit me, and when they leave me will no longer have any need of me or anyone else. It is for that reason, perhaps, that they do not quit me. They had long since passed to dessert and cigars. My dear Albert, said Debray, rising, it is 2:30. Your guest is charming, but you leave the best company to go into the worst sometimes. I must return to the minister's. I will tell him of the Count, and we shall soon know who he is. Take care, returned Albert. No one has been able to accomplish that. Oh, we have 3 millions for our police. It is true, they are almost always spent beforehand, but no matter, we shall still have 50,000 francs to spend for this purpose. And when you know, will you tell me? I promise you. Au revoir, Albert. Gentlemen, good morning. As he left the room, Debray called out loudly, my carriage. Bravo, said Beauchamp to Albert. I shall not go to the chamber, but I have something better to offer my readers than a speech of Mesme Danglars. For heaven's sake, Beauchamp, returned Morcerf, do not deprive me of the merit of introducing him everywhere. Is he not peculiar? He is more than that, replied Chateau Renaud. He is one of the most extraordinary men I ever saw in my life. Are you coming, Morel? Directly I have given my card to the Count, who has promised to pay us a visit at Rue Meslay, No. 14. Be sure I shall not fail to do so, returned the Count, bowing. And Maximilien Morel left the room with the Baron de Chateau Renaud, leaving Monte Cristo alone with Morcerf.
Maximilien Morel is the son of the ship owner saved in Marseille. Beauchamp is the journalist. Debray serves the minister, and Chateau Renaud is the officer Maximilien rescued. These are Albert's doors into Paris, and the Count has stepped through them.
Chapter 41. The Presentation. When Albert found himself alone with Monte Cristo, my dear Count, said he, allow me to commence my services as cicerone by showing you a specimen of a bachelor's apartment. You, who are accustomed to the palaces of Italy, can amuse yourself by calculating in how many square feet a young man who is not the worst lodged in Paris can live. As we pass from one room to another, I will open the windows to let you breathe. Monte Cristo had already seen the breakfast room and the salon on the ground floor. Albert led him first to his atelier, which was, as we have said, his favorite apartment. Monte Cristo quickly appreciated all that Albert had collected here: old cabinets, Japanese porcelain, oriental stuffs, Venetian glass, arms from all parts of the world. Everything was familiar to him, and at the first glance he recognized their date, their country, and their origin. Morcerf had expected he should be the guide. On the contrary, it was he who, under the Count's guidance, followed a course of archaeology, mineralogy, and natural history. They descended to the first floor. Albert led his guest into the salon. The salon was filled with the works of modern artists. There were landscapes by Dupré, with their long reeds and tall trees, their lowing oxen and marvelous skies, Delacroix's Arabian cavaliers with their long white burnouses, their shining belts, their damasked arms, their horses who tore each other with their teeth while their riders contended fiercely with their maces, aquarelles of Boulanger representing Notre Dame de Paris with that vigor that makes the artist the rival of the poet, There were paintings by Diaz, who makes his flowers more beautiful than flowers, his suns more brilliant than the sun, designs by Decamp, as vividly colored as those of Salvator Rosa, but more poetic, pastels by Giraud and Muller, representing children like angels and women with the features of a virgin, sketches torn from the album of Dazat's Travels in the East that had been made in a few seconds on the saddle of a camel or beneath the dome of a mosque. In a word, all that modern art can give in exchange and as recompense for the art lost and gone with ages long since past. Albert expected to have something new this time to show to the traveler, but, to his great surprise, the latter, without seeking for the signatures, many of which indeed were only initials, named instantly the author of every picture in such a manner that it was easy to see that each name was not only known to him, but that each style associated with it had been appreciated and studied by him. From the salon they passed into the bedchamber. It was a model of taste and simple elegance. A single portrait, signed by Leopold Robert, shone in its carved and gilded frame. This portrait attracted the Count of Monte Cristo's attention, for he made 3 rapid steps in the chamber and stopped suddenly before it. It was the portrait of a young woman of 5 or 26, with a dark complexion and light and lustrous eyes veiled beneath long lashes. She wore the picturesque costume of the Catalan fisherwomen, a red and black bodice, and golden pins in her hair. She was looking at the sea, and her form was outlined on the blue ocean and sky. The light was so faint in the room that Albert did not perceive the pallor that spread itself over the Count's visage, or the nervous heaving of his chest and shoulders. Silence prevailed for an instant, during which Monte Cristo gazed intently on the picture. "You have there a most charming mistress, Viscount," said the Count in a perfectly calm tone, "and this costume, a ball costume, doubtless becomes her admirably." "Ah, monsieur," returned Albert, "I would never forgive you this mistake if you had seen another picture beside this. You do not know my mother. She it is whom you see here. She had her portrait painted thus 6 or 8 years ago. This costume is a fancy one, it appears, and the resemblance is so great that I think I still see my mother the same as she was in 1830. The Countess had this portrait painted during the Count's absence. She doubtless intended giving him an agreeable surprise, but, strange to say, this portrait seemed to displease my father, and the value of the picture, which is, as you see, one of the best works of Leopold Robert, could not overcome his dislike to it. It is true, between ourselves, that M. de Morcerf is one of the most assiduous peers at the Luxembourg, a general renowned for theory, but a most mediocre amateur of art. It is different with my mother, who paints exceedingly well, and who, unwilling to part with so valuable a picture, gave it to me to put here where it would be less likely to displease M. de Morcerf, whose portrait, by Gros, I will also show you. Excuse my talking of family matters, but as I shall have the honor of introducing you to the Count, I tell you this to prevent you making any allusions to this picture. The picture seems to have a malign influence, for my mother rarely comes here without looking at it, and still more rarely does she look at it without weeping. This disagreement is the only one that has ever taken place between the Count and Countess, who are still as much united, although married more than 20 years, as on the first day of their wedding. Monte Cristo glanced rapidly at Albert, as if to seek a hidden meaning in his words, but it was evident the young man uttered them in the simplicity of his heart. "Now," said Albert, "that you have seen all my treasures, allow me to offer them to you, unworthy as they are. Consider yourself as in your own house, and to put yourself still more at your ease, pray accompany me to the apartments of Miss M. de Morcerf, he whom I wrote from Rome an account of the services you rendered me, and to whom I announced your promised visit, and I may say that both the Count and Countess anxiously desire to thank you in person. You are somewhat blasé, I know, and family scenes have not much effect on Sinbad the sailor, who has seen so many others. However, accept what I propose to you as an initiation into Parisian life, a life of politeness, visiting, and introductions." Monte Cristo bowed without making any answer. He accepted the offer without enthusiasm and without regret, as one of those conventions of society which every gentleman looks upon as a duty. Albert summoned his servant and ordered him to acquaint M. and Madame de Morcerf of the arrival of the Count of Monte Cristo. Albert followed him with the Count. When they arrived at the antechamber, above the door was visible a shield, which by its rich ornaments and its harmony with the rest of the furniture indicated the importance the owner attached to this blazon. Monte Cristo stopped and examined it attentively. "Azure 7 merlets, or placed bender," said he. "These are, doubtless, your family arms? Except the knowledge of blazons that enables me to decipher them, I am very ignorant of heraldry. I, a count of a fresh creation, fabricated in Tuscany by the aid of a commandery of St. Stephen, and who would not have taken the trouble had I not been told that when you travel much it is necessary. Besides, you must have something on the panels of your carriage to escape being searched by the custom-house officers. Excuse my putting such a question to you." "It is not indiscreet," returned Morcerf with the simplicity of conviction. "You have guessed rightly. These are our arms, that is, those of my father, but they are, as you see, joined to another shield which has gules, a silver tower, which are my mother's. By her side I am Spanish, but the family of Morcerf is French, and I have heard one of the oldest of the south of France." "Yes," replied Monte Cristo, "these blazons prove that almost all the armed pilgrims that went to the Holy Land took for their arms either a cross in honor of their mission, or birds of passage in sign of the long voyage they were about to undertake and which they hoped to accomplish on the wings of faith. One of your ancestors had joined the Crusades, and supposing it to be only that of St. Louis, that makes you mount to the 13th century, which is tolerably ancient. "It is possible," said Morcerf. "My father has in his study a genealogical tree which will tell you all that, and on which I made commentaries that would have greatly edified de Hosier and Jaucourt. At present I no longer think of it, and yet I must tell you that we are beginning to occupy ourselves greatly with these things under our popular government." "Well then, your government would do well to choose from the past something better than the things that I have noticed on your monuments and which have no heraldic meaning whatever. As for you, Viscount," continued Monte Cristo to Morcerf, "you are more fortunate than the government, for your arms are really beautiful and speak to the imagination. Yes, you are at once from Provence in Spain. That explains if the portrait you showed me be like the dark hue I so much admired on the visage of the noble Catalan. It would have required the penetration of Oedipus or the Sphinx to have divined the irony the Count concealed beneath these words, apparently uttered with the greatest politeness. Morcerf thanked him with a smile, and pushed open the door above which were his arms, and which, as we have said, opened into the salon. In the most conspicuous part of the salon was another portrait. It was that of a man from 5 to 38 in the uniform of a general officer, wearing the double epaulette of heavy bullion that indicates superior rank, the ribbon of the Legion of Honor around his neck, which showed he was a commander, and on the right breast the star of a grand officer of the Order of the Savior, and on the left that of the Grand Cross of Charles III, which proved that the person represented by the picture had served in the wars of Greece and Spain, or, what was just the same thing as regarded decorations, had fulfilled some diplomatic mission in the two countries. Monte Cristo was engaged in examining this portrait with no less care than he had bestowed upon the other, when another door opened, and he found himself opposite to the Count of Morcerf in person. He was a man of 40 to 45 years, but he seemed at least 50, and his black mustache and eyebrows contrasted strangely with his almost white hair, which was cut short in the military fashion. He was dressed in plain clothes, and wore at his buttonhole the ribbons of the different orders to which he belonged. He entered with a tolerably dignified step and some little haste. Monte Cristo saw him advance towards him without making a single step. It seemed as if his feet were rooted to the ground, and his eyes on the Count of Morcerf. "Father," said the young man, "I have the honor of presenting to you the Count of Monte Cristo, the generous friend whom I had the good fortune to meet in the critical situation of which I have told you." "You are most welcome, monsieur," said the Count of Morcerf, saluting Monte Cristo with a smile, "and monsieur has rendered our house, in preserving its only heir, a service which ensures him our eternal gratitude." As he said these words, the Count of Morcerf pointed to a chair while he seated himself in another opposite the window. Monte Cristo, in taking the seat Morcerf offered him, placed himself in such a manner as to remain concealed in the shadow of the large velvet curtains, and read on the careworn and livid features of the Count a whole history of secret griefs written in each wrinkle time had planted there. "The Countess," said Morcerf, "was at her toilet when she was informed of the visit she was about to receive. She will, however, be in the salon in 10 minutes. "It is a great honor to me," returned Monte Cristo, "to be thus, on the first day of my arrival in Paris, brought in contact with a man whose merit equals his reputation, and to whom fortune has for once been equitable. But has she not still on the plains of Mitidja, or in the mountains of Atlas, a marshal's staff to offer you?" "Oh," replied Morcerf, reddening slightly, "I have left the service, monsieur. Made a peer at the Restoration, I served through the first campaign under the orders of Marshal Bourmont. I could, therefore, expect a higher rank, and who knows what might have happened had the elder branch remained on the throne. But the Revolution of July was, it seems, sufficiently glorious to allow itself to be ungrateful, and it was so for all services that did not date from the imperial period. I tendered my resignation, for when you have gained your epaulettes on the battlefield, you do not know how to maneuver on the slippery grounds of the salons. I have hung up my sword and cast myself into politics. I have devoted myself to industry. I study the useful arts. During the 20 years I served, I often wished to do so, but I had not the time. These are the ideas that render your nation superior to any other, returned Monte Cristo. A gentleman of high birth, possessor of an ample fortune, you have consented to gain your promotion as an obscure soldier. Step by step this is uncommon. Then become general, peer of France, commander of the Legion of Honor. You consent to again commence a second apprenticeship without any other hope or any other desire than that of one day becoming useful to your fellow creatures. This indeed is praiseworthy. Nay, more, it is sublime. Albert looked on and listened with astonishment. He was not used to see Monte Cristo give vent to such bursts of enthusiasm. Alas, continued the stranger, doubtless to dispel the slight cloud that covered Morcerf's brow, we do not act thus in Italy. We grow according to our race and our species, and we pursue the same lines and often the same uselessness all our lives. But, monsieur, said the Count of Morcerf, for a man of your merit, Italy is not a country, and France opens her arms to receive you. Respond to her call. France will not, perhaps, be always ungrateful. She treats her children ill, but she always welcomes strangers. Ah, father, said Albert with a smile, it is evident you do not know the Count of Monte Cristo. He despises all honors and contents himself with those written on his passport. That is the most just remark, replied the stranger, I ever heard made concerning myself. You have been free to choose your career, observed the Count of Morcerf with a sigh, and you have chosen the path strewed with flowers. Precisely, monsieur, replied Monte Cristo with one of those smiles that a painter could never represent or a physiologist analyze. If I did not fear to fatigue you, said the general, evidently charmed with the Count's manners, I would have taken you to the chamber. There is a debate very curious to those who are strangers to our modern senators. I shall be most grateful, monsieur, if you will, at some future time, renew your offer, but I have been flattered with the hope of being introduced to the Countess, and I will therefore wait. Ah, here is my mother, cried the Viscount. Monte Cristo turned round hastily and saw Madame de Morcerf at the entrance of the salon, at the door opposite to that by which her husband had entered, pale and motionless. When Monte Cristo turned round, she let fall her arm, which for some unknown reason had been resting on the gilded door-post. She had been there some moments and had heard the last words of the visitor. The latter rose and bowed to the Countess, who inclined herself without speaking. Ah, good heavens, madame, said the Count, are you ill, or is it the heat of the room that affects you? Are you ill, mother? Cried the Viscount, springing towards her. She thanked them both with a smile. No, returned she, but I feel some emotion on seeing, for the first time, the man without whose intervention we should have been in tears and desolation. Monsieur, continued the Countess, advancing with the majesty of a queen, I owe to you the life of my son, and for this I bless you. Now I thank you for the pleasure you give me in thus affording me the opportunity of thanking you as I have blessed you from the bottom of my heart. The Count bowed again, but lower than before. He was even paler than Mercedes. Madame, said he, the Count and yourself recompense too generously a simple action. To save a man, to spare a father's feelings, or a mother's sensibility, is not to do a good action, but a simple deed of humanity. At these words, uttered with the most exquisite sweetness and politeness, Madame de Morcerf replied, "It is very fortunate for my son, monsieur, that he found such a friend, and I thank God that things are thus." And Mercedes raised her fine eyes to heaven with so fervent an expression of gratitude that the Count fancied he saw tears in them. M. de Morcerf approached her. "Madame," said he, "I have already made my excuses to the Count for quitting him, and I pray you to do so also. The sitting commences at 2. It is now 3, and I am to speak. Go then, and Monsieur and I will strive our best to forget your absence," replied the Countess with the same tone of deep feeling. "Monsieur," continued she, turning to Monte Cristo, "will you do us the honor of passing the rest of the day with us? Believe me, madame, I feel most grateful for your kindness, but I got out of my traveling carriage at your door this morning, and I am ignorant how I am installed in Paris, which I scarcely know. This is but a trifling inquietude, I know, but one that may be appreciated." "We shall have the pleasure another time," said the Countess. "You promise that?" Monte Cristo inclined himself without answering, but the gesture might pass for assent. "I will not detain you, monsieur," continued the Countess. "I would not have our gratitude become indiscreet or importunate." "My dear Count," said Albert, "I will endeavor to return your politeness at Rome, and place my coupé at your disposal until your own be ready." "A thousand thanks for your kindness, Viscount," returned the Count of Monte Cristo, "but I suppose that M. Bertuccio has suitably employed the 4 hours and a half I have given him, and that I shall find a carriage of some sort ready at the door." Albert was used to the Count's manner of proceeding. He knew that, like Nero, he was in search of the impossible, and nothing astonished him but wishing to judge with his own eyes how far the Count's orders had been executed, he accompanied him to the door of the house. Monte Cristo was not deceived. As soon as he appeared in the Count of Morcerf's antechamber, a footman, the same who at Rome had brought the Count's card to the 2 young men and announced his visit, sprang into the vestibule, and when he arrived at the door, the illustrious traveler found his carriage awaiting him. It was a coupé of Kohler's building, and with horses and harness for which Drake had, to the knowledge of all the lions of Paris, refused on the previous day 700 guineas. "Monsieur," said the Count to Albert, "I do not ask you to accompany me to my house, as I can only show you a habitation fitted up in a hurry, and I have, as you know, a reputation to keep up as regards not being taken by surprise. Give me, therefore, 1 more day before I invite you. I shall then be certain not to fail in my hospitality. If you ask me for a day, Count, I know what to anticipate. It will not be a house I shall see, but a palace. You have decidedly some genius at your control." "Ma foi, spread that idea," replied the Count of Monte Cristo, putting his foot on the velvet-lined steps of his splendid carriage, "and that will be worth something to me among the ladies." As he spoke, he sprang into the vehicle. The door was closed, but not so rapidly that Monte Cristo failed to perceive the almost imperceptible movement which stirred the curtains of the apartment in which he had left Madame de Morcerf. When Albert returned to his mother, he found her in the boudoir reclining in a large velvet armchair, the whole room so obscure that only the shining spangle, fastened here and there to the drapery, and the angles of the gilded frames of the pictures showed with some degree of brightness in the gloom. Albert could not see the face of the Countess, as it was covered with a thin veil she had put on her head, and which fell over her features in misty folds, but it seemed to him as though her voice had altered. He could distinguish amid the perfumes of the roses and heliotropes in the flower stands the sharp and fragrant odor of volatile salts, and he noticed in one of the chased cups on the mantelpiece the Countess's smelling bottle, taken from its shagreen case, and exclaimed in a tone of uneasiness as he entered, "My dear mother, have you been ill during my absence?" "No, no, Albert. But you know these roses, tuberoses, and orange flowers throw out at first, before one is used to them, such violent perfumes." "Then, my dear mother," said Albert, putting his hand to the bell, "they must be taken into the antechamber. You are really ill, and just now were so pale as you came into the room." "Was I pale, Albert?" "Yes, a pallor that suits you admirably, mother, but which did not the less alarm my father and myself." "Did your father speak of it?" inquired Mercédès eagerly. "No, madame, but do you not remember that he spoke of the fact to you?" "Yes, I do remember," replied the Countess. A servant entered, summoned by Albert's ring of the bell. "Take these flowers into the anteroom or dressing room," said the Viscount. "They make the Countess ill." The footman obeyed his orders. A long pause ensued, which lasted until all the flowers were removed. "What is this name of Monte Cristo?" inquired the Countess, when the servant had taken away the last vase of flowers. "Is it a family name, or the name of the estate, or a simple title?" "I believe, mother, it is merely a title. The Count purchased an island in the Tuscan archipelago and, as he told you today, has founded a commandery. You know, the same thing was done for St. Stephen of Florence, St. George Constantinian of Parma, and even for the Order of Malta. Except this, he has no pretension to nobility and calls himself a chance count, although the general opinion at Rome is that the Count is a man of very high distinction." "His manners are admirable," said the Countess, "at least as far as I could judge in the few minutes he remained here." "They are perfect, mother, so perfect that they surpass by far all I have known in the leading aristocracy of the three proudest nobilities of Europe, the English, the Spanish, and the German." The Countess paused a moment. Then, after a slight hesitation, she resumed, "You have seen, my dear Albert, I ask the question as a mother, you have seen M. de Monte Cristo and his house. You are quick-sighted, have much knowledge of the world, more tact than is usual at your age. Do you think the Count is really what he appears to be?" "What does he appear to be?" "Why, you have just said, a man of high distinction. I told you, my dear mother, he was esteemed such. But what is your own opinion, Albert? I must tell you that I have not come to any decided opinion respecting him, but I think him a Maltese. I do not ask you of his origin, but what he is." "Ah, what he is. That is quite another thing. I have seen so many remarkable things in him that if you would have me really say what I think, I shall reply that I really do look upon him as one of Byron's heroes whom misery has marked with a fatal brand. Some Manfred. Some Lara, some Werner, one of those wrecks, as it were, of some ancient family, who, disinherited of their patrimony, have achieved one by the force of their adventurous genius which has placed them above the laws of society. You say, I say that Monte Cristo is an island in the midst of the Mediterranean, without inhabitants or garrison, the resort of smugglers of all nations and pirates of every flag. Who knows whether or not these industrious worthies do not pay to their feudal lords some dues for his protection? That is possible, said the Countess, reflecting. Never mind, continued the young man. Smuggler or not, you must agree, mother dear, as you have seen him, that the Count of Monte Cristo is a remarkable man who will have the greatest success in the salons of Paris. Why, this very morning, in my rooms, he made his entrée amongst us by striking every man of us with amazement, not even excepting Chateau Renaud. And what do you suppose is the Count's age? Inquired Mercédès, evidently attaching great importance to this question. 35 or 36, mother. So young. It is impossible, said Mercédès, replying at the same time to what Albert said as well as to her own private reflection. It is the truth, however. 3 or 4 times he has said to me, and certainly without the slightest premeditation, at such a period I was 5 years old, at another 10 years old, at another 12, and I, induced by curiosity which kept me alive to these details, have compared the dates and never found him inaccurate. The age of this singular man, who is of no age, is then, I am certain, 35. Besides, mother, remark how vivid his eye, how raven black his hair, and his brow, though so pale, is free from wrinkles. He is not only vigorous but also young. The Countess bent her head as if beneath a heavy wave of bitter thoughts. And has this man displayed a friendship for you, Albert? She asked with a nervous shudder. I am inclined to think so. And do you like him? Why, he pleases me in spite of Franz d'Épinay, who tries to convince me that he is a being returned from the other world. The Countess shuddered. Albert, she said, in a voice which was altered by emotion, I have always put you on your guard against new acquaintances. Now you are a man and are able to give me advice. Yet I repeat to you, Albert, be prudent. Why, my dear mother, it is necessary, in order to make your advice turn to account, that I should know beforehand what I have to distrust. The Count never plays. He only drinks pure water tinged with a little sherry, and is so rich that he cannot, without intending to laugh at me, try to borrow money. What then? Have I to fear from him? You are right, said the Countess, and my fears are weakness, especially when directed against a man who has saved your life. How did your father receive him, Albert? It is necessary that we should be more than complaisant to the Count. M. de Morcerf is sometimes occupied. His business makes him reflective, and he might, without intending it, nothing could be in better taste than my father's demeanor, madam, said Albert. Nay, more, he seemed greatly flattered at 2 or 3 compliments which the Count very skillfully and agreeably paid him with as much ease as if he had known him these 30 years. Each of these little tickling arrows must have pleased my father, added Albert with a laugh. And thus they parted the best possible friends, and M. de Morcerf even wished to take him to the chamber to hear the speakers. The Countess made no reply, She fell into so deep a reverie that her eyes gradually closed. The young man standing up before her gazed upon her with that filial affection which is so tender and endearing with children whose mothers are still young and handsome. Then, after seeing her eyes closed and hearing her breathe gently, he believed she had dropped asleep and left the apartment on tiptoe, closing the door after him with the utmost precaution. "This devil of a fellow," he muttered, shaking his head. "I said at the time he would create a sensation here, and I measure his effect by an infallible thermometer. My mother has noticed him, and he must therefore perforce be remarkable." He went down to the stables, not without some slight annoyance, when he remembered that the Count of Monte Cristo had laid his hands on a turnout, which sent his bays down to second place in the opinion of connoisseurs. "Most decidedly," said he, "men are not equal, and I must beg my father to develop this theorem in the Chamber of Peers."
Mercedes is now the Countess de Morcerf. Fernand is the Count beside her, and Albert is their son. The meeting has unsettled both Mercedes and Monte Cristo. Neither has explained why Dumas lets recognition live in everything they cannot say aloud.
Chapter 42. Monsieur Bertuccio. Meanwhile, the Count had arrived at his house. It had taken him 6 minutes to perform the distance, but these 6 minutes were sufficient to induce 20 young men who knew the price of the equipage they had been unable to purchase themselves, to put their horses in a gallop in order to see the rich foreigner who could afford to give 20,000 francs apiece for his horses. The house Ali had chosen, and which was to serve as a town residence to Monte Cristo, was situated on the right hand as you ascend the Champs-Élysées. A thick clump of trees and shrubs rose in the center and masked a portion of the front. Around this shrubbery 2 alleys like 2 arms extended right and left and formed a carriage drive from the iron gates to a double portico, on every step of which stood a porcelain vase filled with flowers. This house, isolated from the rest, had, besides the main entrance, another in the Rue de Ponthieu. Even before the coachman had hailed the concierge, the massy gates rolled on their hinges. They had seen the Count coming, and at Paris, as everywhere else, he was served with the rapidity of lightning. The coachman entered and traversed the half-circle without slackening his speed, and the gates were closed ere the wheels had ceased to sound on the gravel. The carriage stopped at the left side of the portico. 2 men presented themselves at the carriage window. The one was Ali, who, smiling with an expression of the most sincere joy, seemed amply repaid by a mere look from Monte Cristo. The other bowed respectfully and offered his arm to assist the Count in descending. "Thanks, M. Bertuccio," said the Count, springing lightly up the 3 steps of the portico. "And the notary?" "He is in the small salon, Excellency," returned Bertuccio. "And the cards I ordered to be engraved as soon as you knew the number of the house?" "Your Excellency, it is done already. I have been myself to the best engraver of the Palais Royal, who did the plate in my presence. The first card struck off was taken, according to your orders, to the Baron Danglars, Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin, No. 7. The others are on the mantelpiece of your Excellency's bedroom." "Good. What o'clock is it?" 4 o'clock. Monte Cristo gave his hat, cane and gloves to the same French footman who had called his carriage at the Count of Morcerf's, and then he passed into the small salon, preceded by Bertuccio, who showed him the way. "These are but indifferent marbles in this antechamber," said Monte Cristo. "I trust all this will soon be taken away." Bertuccio bowed. As the steward had said, the notary awaited him in the small salon. He was a simple-looking lawyer's clerk, elevated to the extraordinary dignity of a provincial scrivener. "You are the notary empowered to sell the country house that I wish to purchase, monsieur?" asked Monte Cristo. "Yes, Count," returned the notary. "Is the deed of sale ready?" "Yes, Count." "Have you brought it?" "Here it is." "Very well. And where is this house that I purchase?" asked the Count carelessly, addressing himself half to Bertuccio, half to the notary. The steward made a gesture that signified, "I do not know." The notary looked at the Count with astonishment. "What?" said he. "Does not the Count know where the house he purchases is situated?" "No," returned the Count. "The Count does not know. How should I know? I have arrived from Cadiz this morning. I have never before been at Paris, and it is the first time I have ever even set my foot in France." "Ah, that is different. The house you purchase is at Auteuil." At these words, Bertuccio turned pale. "And where is Auteuil?" asked the Count. "Close by here, monsieur," replied the notary. "A little beyond Passy, a charming situation in the heart of the Bois de Boulogne." "So near as that?" said the Count. "But that is not in the country. What made you choose a house at the gates of Paris, M. Bertuccio?" "I," cried the steward with a strange expression. "His Excellency did not charge me to purchase this house. If His Excellency will recollect, if he will think—" "Ah, true," observed Monte Cristo. "I recollect now. I read the advertisement in one of the papers and was tempted by the false title, a country house." "It is not yet too late," cried Bertuccio eagerly, "and if your Excellency will entrust me with the commission, I will find you a better at Enghien, at Fontenay-aux-Roses, or at Bellevue." "Oh, no," returned Monte Cristo negligently. "Since I have this, I will keep it." "And you are quite right," said the notary, who feared to lose his fee. "It is a charming place, well supplied with spring water and fine trees, a comfortable habitation, although abandoned for a long time, without reckoning the furniture, which, although old, is yet valuable, now that old things are so much sought after. I suppose the Count has the tastes of the day." "To be sure," returned Monte Cristo. "It is very convenient, then?" "It is more, it is magnificent." "Peste! Let us not lose such an opportunity," returned Monte Cristo. "The deed, if you please, Mr. Notary." And he signed it rapidly, after having first run his eye over that part of the deed in which were specified the situation of the house and the names of the proprietors. "Bertuccio," said he, "give 55,000 francs to monsieur." The steward left the room with a faltering step, and returned with a bundle of banknotes, which the notary counted like a man who never gives a receipt for money until after he is sure it is all there. "And now," demanded the Count, "are all the forms complied with?" "All, sir." "Have you the keys?" "They are in the hands of the concierge, who takes care of the house, but here is the order I have given him to install the Count in his new possessions." "Very well." And Monte Cristo made a sign with his hand to the notary, which said, "I have no further need of you. You may go." "But," observed the honest notary, "the Count is, I think, mistaken. It is only 50,000 francs, everything included." "And your fee?" "Is included in this sum." "But have you not come from Auteuil here?" "Yes, certainly." "Well then, it is but fair that you should be paid for your loss of time and trouble," said the Count, and he made a gesture of polite dismissal. The notary left the room backwards and bowing down to the ground. It was the first time he had ever met a similar client. "See this gentleman out," said the Count to Bertuccio, and the steward followed the notary out of the room. Scarcely was the Count alone when he drew from his pocket a book closed with a lock and opened it with a key which he wore round his neck and which never left him. After having sought for a few minutes, he stopped at a leaf which had several notes and compared them with the deed of sale which lay on the table, and recalling his souvenirs, "Auteuil, Rue de la Fontaine, No. 28. It is indeed the same," said he. "And now am I to rely upon an avowal extorted by religious or physical terror? However, in an hour I shall know all." "Bertuccio," cried he, striking a light hammer with a pliant handle on a small gong. "Bertuccio." The steward appeared at the door. "Monsieur Bertuccio," said the Count, "did you never tell me that you had traveled in France?" "In some parts of France, yes, Excellency." "You know the environs of Paris, then?" "No, Excellency, no," returned the steward, with a sort of nervous trembling which Monte Cristo, a connoisseur in all emotions, rightly attributed to great disquietude. "It is unfortunate," returned he, "that you have never visited the environs, for I wish to see my new property this evening, and had you gone with me, you could have given me some useful information." "To Auteuil," cried Bertuccio, whose copper complexion became livid. "I go to Auteuil? Well, what is there surprising in that? When I live at Auteuil, you must come there, as you belong to my service." Bertuccio hung down his head before the imperious look of his master, and remained motionless without making any answer. "Why? What has happened to you? Are you going to make me ring a second time for the carriage?" asked Monte Cristo in the same tone that Louis XIV pronounced the famous, "I have been almost obliged to wait." Bertuccio made but one bound to the antechamber and cried in a hoarse voice, "His Excellency's horses." Monte Cristo wrote 2 or 3 notes, and as he sealed the last, the steward appeared. "Your Excellency's carriage is at the door," said he. "Well, take your hat and gloves," returned Monte Cristo. "Am I to accompany you, your Excellency?" cried Bertuccio. "Certainly you must give the orders, for I intend residing at the house. It was unexampled for a servant of the Count's to dare to dispute an order of his, so the steward, without saying a word, followed his master, who got into the carriage and signed to him to follow, which he did, taking his place respectfully on the front seat.
Auteuil lies just beyond Paris. The address means something to Bertuccio. The Count has decided to make him face it.
Chapter 43. The House at Auteuil. Monte Cristo noticed, as they descended the staircase, that Bertuccio signed himself in the Corsican manner, that is, had formed the sign of the cross in the air with his thumb, and as he seated himself in the carriage, muttered a short prayer. Anyone but a man of exhaustless thirst for knowledge would have had pity on seeing the steward's extraordinary repugnance for the Count's projected drive without the walls, but the Count was too curious to let Bertuccio off from this little journey. In 20 minutes they were at Auteuil. The steward's emotion had continued to augment as they entered the village. Bertuccio, crouched in the corner of the carriage, began to examine with a feverish anxiety every house they passed. Tell them to stop at Rue de la Fontaine, No. 28, said the Count, fixing his eyes on the steward, to whom he gave this order. Bertuccio's forehead was covered with perspiration. However, he obeyed, and, leaning out of the window, he cried to the coachman, Rue de la Fontaine, No. 28. No. 28 was situated at the extremity of the village. During the drive, night had set in, and darkness gave the surroundings the artificial appearance of a scene on the stage. The carriage stopped. The footman sprang off the box and opened the door. Well, said the Count, you do not get out, M. Bertuccio. You are going to stay in the carriage, then? What are you thinking of this evening? Bertuccio sprang out and offered his shoulder to the Count, who this time leaned upon it as he descended the 3 steps of the carriage. Knock, said the Count, and announce me. Bertuccio knocked. The door opened, and the concierge appeared. What is it? Asked he. It is your new master, my good fellow, said the footman. And he held out to the concierge the notary's order. The house is sold, then? Demanded the concierge. And this gentleman is coming to live here? Yes, my friend, returned the Count, and I will endeavor to give you no cause to regret your old master. Oh, monsieur, said the concierge, I shall not have much cause to regret him, for he came here but seldom. It is 5 years since he was here last, and he did well to sell the house, for it did not bring him in anything at all. What was the name of your old master? Said Monte Cristo. The Marquis of Saint Méran. Ah, I am sure he has not sold the house for what he gave for it. The Marquis of Saint Méran, returned the Count. The name is not unknown to me. The Marquis of Saint Méran, and he appeared to meditate. An old gentleman, continued the concierge, a staunch follower of the Bourbons. He had an only daughter who married Monsieur de Villefort, who had been the king's attorney at Nimes and afterwards at Versailles. Monte Cristo glanced at Bertuccio, who became whiter than the wall against which he leaned to prevent himself from falling. And is not this daughter dead? Demanded Monte Cristo. I fancy I have heard so. Yes, monsieur, 21 years ago, and since then we have not seen the poor Marquis 3 times. Thanks, thanks, said Monte Cristo, judging from the steward's utter prostration that he could not stretch the cord further without danger of breaking it. Give me a light. Shall I accompany you, monsieur? No, it is unnecessary. Bertuccio will show me a light. And Monte Cristo accompanied these words by the gift of 2 gold pieces, which produced a torrent of thanks and blessings from the concierge. Ah, monsieur, said he, after having vainly searched on the mantelpiece and the shelves, I have not got any candles. Take one of the carriage lamps, Bertuccio, said the Count, and show me the apartments. The steward obeyed in silence, but it was easy to see from the manner in which the hand that held the light trembled how much it cost him to obey. They went over a tolerably large ground floor. A first floor consisted of a salon, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. Near one of the bedrooms they came to a winding staircase that led down to the garden. Ah, here is a private staircase, said the Count. That is convenient. Light me, M. Bertuccio, and go first. We will see where it leads to. Monsieur, replied Bertuccio, it leads to the garden. And pray, how do you know that? It ought to do so, at least. Well, let us be sure of that. Bertuccio sighed and went on first. The stairs did indeed lead to the garden. At the outer door the steward paused. Go on, Monsieur Bertuccio, said the Count. But he who was addressed stood there, stupefied, bewildered, stunned. His haggard eyes glanced around as if in search of the traces of some terrible event, and with his clenched hands he seemed striving to shut out horrible recollections. Well, insisted the Count. No, no, cried Bertuccio, setting down the lantern at the angle of the interior wall. No, monsieur, it is impossible. I can go no farther. What does this mean? Demanded the irresistible voice of Monte Cristo. Why, you must see, your excellency, cried the steward, that this is not natural, that having a house to purchase, you purchase it exactly at Auteuil, and that, purchasing it at Auteuil, this house should be no. 28, Rue de la Fontaine. Oh, why did I not tell you all? I am sure you would not have forced me to come. I hoped your house would have been some other one than this, as if there was not another house at Auteuil than that of the assassination. What? What? Cried Monte Cristo, stopping suddenly. What words do you utter? Devil of a man, Corsican that you are always mysteries or superstitions. Come, take the lantern, and let us visit the garden. You are not afraid of ghosts with me, I hope? Bertuccio raised the lantern and obeyed. The door, as it opened, disclosed a gloomy sky, in which the moon strove vainly to struggle through a sea of clouds that covered her with billows of vapor which she illumined for an instant, only to sink into obscurity. The steward wished to turn to the left. No, no, monsieur, said Monte Cristo. What is the use of following the alleys? Here is a beautiful lawn. Let us go on straight forwards. Bertuccio wiped the perspiration from his brow, but obeyed, however, He continued to take the left hand. Monte Cristo, on the contrary, took the right hand. Arrived near a clump of trees, he stopped. The steward could not restrain himself. "Move, monsieur, move away, I entreat you. You are exactly in the spot." "What spot?" "Where he fell." "My dear Monsieur Bertuccio," said Monte Cristo, laughing, "control yourself. We are not at Sartène or at Corte. This is not a Corsican maquis, but an English garden, badly kept, I own, but still you must not calumniate it for that. Monsieur, I implore you, do not stay there." "I think you are going mad, Bertuccio," said the Count coldly. "If that is the case, I warn you, I shall have you put in a lunatic asylum." "Alas, Excellency," returned Bertuccio, joining his hands and shaking his head in a manner that would have excited the Count's laughter, had not thoughts of a superior interest occupied him, and rendered him attentive to the least revelation of this timorous conscience. "Alas, Excellency, the evil has arrived." "Bertuccio," said the Count, "I am very glad to tell you that while you gesticulate, you wring your hands and roll your eyes like a man possessed by a devil who will not leave him, and I have always observed that the devil most obstinate to be expelled is a secret. I knew you were a Corsican. I knew you were gloomy and always brooding over some old history of the vendetta, and I overlooked that in Italy because in Italy those things are thought nothing of. But in France they are considered in very bad taste. There are gendarmes who occupy themselves with such affairs, judges who condemn, and scaffolds which avenge." Bertuccio clasped his hands, and as in all these evolutions he did not let fall the lantern, the light showed his pale and altered countenance. Monte Cristo examined him with the same look that, at Rome, he had bent upon the execution of Andrea, and then, in a tone that made a shudder pass through the veins of the poor steward, "The Abbé Busoni then told me an untruth," said he, "when, after his journey in France in 1829, he sent you to me with a letter of recommendation in which he enumerated all your valuable qualities. Well, I shall write to the Abbé. I shall hold him responsible for his protégé's misconduct, and I shall soon know all about this assassination. Only I warn you that when I reside in a country, I conform to all its code, and I have no wish to put myself within the compass of the French laws for your sake." "Oh, do not do that, Excellency. I have always served you faithfully," cried Bertuccio in despair. "I have always been an honest man, and as far as lay in my power, I have done good." "I do not deny it," returned the Count, "but why are you thus agitated? It is a bad sign. A quiet conscience does not occasion such paleness in the cheeks and such fever in the hands of a man." "But, your Excellency," replied Bertuccio hesitatingly, "did not the Abbé Busoni, who heard my confession in the prison at Nimes, tell you that I had a heavy burden upon my conscience?" "Yes, but as he said you would make an excellent steward, I concluded you had stolen, that was all." "Oh, your Excellency!" returned Bertuccio in deep contempt. "Or, as you are a Corsican, that you had been unable to resist the desire of making a stiff, as you call it." "Yes, my good master," cried Bertuccio, casting himself at the Count's feet. "It was simply vengeance, nothing else." I understand that, but I do not understand what it is that galvanizes you in this manner. But, monsieur, it is very natural, returned Bertuccio, since it was in this house that my vengeance was accomplished. What? My house? Oh, your excellency, it was not yours then. Whose then? The Marquis de Saint-Méran, I think, the concierge said. What had you to revenge on the Marquis de Saint-Méran? Oh, it was not on him, monsieur. It was on another. This is strange, returned Monte Cristo, seeming to yield to his reflections, that you should find yourself without any preparation in a house where the event happened that causes you so much remorse. Monsieur, said the steward, it is fatality, I am sure. First, you purchase a house at Auteuil. This house is the one where I have committed an assassination. You descend to the garden by the same staircase by which he descended. You stop at the spot where he received the blow, and 2 paces farther is the grave in which he had just buried his child. This is not chance, for chance in this case is too much like Providence. Well, amiable Corsican, let us suppose it is Providence. I always suppose anything people please, and besides, you must concede something to diseased minds. Come, collect yourself and tell me all. I have related it but once, and that was to the Abbé Busoni. Such things, continued Bertuccio, shaking his head, are only related under the seal of confession. Then, said the Count, I refer you to your confessor. Turn chartreux or Trappist, and relate your secrets, but as for me, I do not like anyone who is alarmed by such phantasms, and I do not choose that my servants should be afraid to walk in the garden of an evening. I confess I am not very desirous of a visit from the commissary of police, for in Italy, justice is only paid when silent. In France, she is paid only when she speaks. Peste! I thought you somewhat Corsican, a great deal smuggler, and an excellent steward, but I see you have other strings to your bow. You are no longer in my service, Monsieur Bertuccio. Oh, your excellency, cried the steward, struck with terror at this threat. If that is the only reason I cannot remain in your service, I will tell all, for if I quit you, it will only be to go to the scaffold. That is different, replied Monte Cristo, but if you intend to tell an untruth, reflect it were better not to speak at all. No, monsieur, I swear to you, by my hopes of salvation, I will tell you all, for the Abbé Busoni himself only knew a part of my secret. But I pray you go away from that plane tree. The moon is just bursting through the clouds, and there, standing where you do, and wrapped in that cloak that conceals your figure, you remind me of M. de Villefort. What? Cried Monte Cristo. It was M. de Villefort? Your Excellency knows him. The former royal attorney at Nimes? Yes. Who married the Marquis of Saint-Méran's daughter? Yes. Who enjoyed the reputation of being the most severe, the most upright, the most rigid magistrate on the bench. Well, monsieur, said Bertuccio, this man with this spotless reputation, well, was a villain. Bah, replied Monte Cristo, impossible. It is as I tell you. Ah, really? said Monte Cristo. Have you proof of this? I had it, and you have lost it. How stupid. Yes, but by careful search it might be recovered. Really? Returned the Count. Relate it to me, for it begins to interest me. And the Count, humming an air from Lucia, went to sit down on a bench, while Bertuccio followed him, collecting his thoughts. Bertuccio remained standing before him.
The house at Auteuil has recognized Bertuccio before he has told us why. The Count has brought him to the garden and asked for the truth. We can leave them there, at the threshold of his story. Sleep well. I'll leave you with the rain,